Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第251天 is day 251. We're starting with HanziHero today. Yesterday we got into a really fun potpourri of discussions during Wanikani, and our Wanikani lesson or reviews are much later. It's actually in an hour and a half. So took a little bit of a longer rest period. Actually, I took a nap, got back up. Once we're complete with this, it'll lead right into our Wanikai. I don't know how that's gonna work out for the next 2 days. I have a few things in addition. Let's get on. Let's do it like this for now. Yesterday was pretty good. Yesterday was one of those rare days where I would say the large majority of stuff was pretty solid. We're gonna hop right straight into our lessons today.
久仰
So long look up higher, right? This is a formal phrase said when meeting someone eminent, roughly equivalent to "it's an honor to meet you." Oh, 久仰. Pleased to meet you, honor to meet you. Okay. 久仰大美. Not your great name, 大美. Huh.
久仰
Right. It's the actually 久. How did 久 even work? What is that? And then Yang is our new one. Right. But how did Yo even work? It's a slide and a wedge? Sitting on top of a slide beside him is a cake. He cuts a wedge out of it and sends it down. Oh. Wow. Old one. Very old one. Alright. Um...
沿着
沿着 along and just continue along, go along, went along, follow. Fair enough. 它沿着海边，它沿着 wait, that's not 海边，对，尖边江边 OK 它沿着江边江 or 江 feel like it's 江边 Oh, what happened to you? 散步
他沿着河边散步。
河边 Oh man, it's river. Huh. Why am I thinking of Jiang for river? Hold up. I think there is a lot of rivers here. Oh, am I thinking of Jiang? Is this the Jiang I'm thinking of? Oh yeah. Dang it. It is river, but he is the... So let me take a better look at this. 河边 How did 河 work? Honestly, no, I don't know how. Oh, that's a can? Hmm. Right, this is where the magical spray can to cool down the plant generators. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, alright.
沿着，
沿着
非凡，
非凡 extraordinary 非凡 非 which is like it says non, but it also means like oh no, yes, yeah. It also means like in oh, you know what? I'm not sure. Yeah. It still it's still about its rarity too. 非凡 I forgot it's defined as non. 非凡 so not ordinary, extraordinary. Okay, fair enough. Non-ordinary. 他是一个非凡的人。How did found work?
非凡，昏迷，
昏迷 Okay, when outside dusk me. Oh no, to fall into a coma. Oh no, that's loss. When someone falls into a coma, the world around them seems to turn to dust and they collapse and their consciousness become lost indefinitely. Okay. Oh, this one's gonna be a little tough. 他因为受伤受伤，因为受伤而昏迷了。
他因为受伤而昏迷了。
Oh, it's 2, not 3. Okay.
昏迷，
Okay.
吉祥物，
吉祥物。Okay, lucky 祥。Lucky auspicious 物 Oh yeah, 吉祥物 Right, mascot. 这是我们腿队的吉祥物。Okay. Team, right? Yeah. 团队。
吉祥物，
Okay. Oops. What did I do there?
沿着，非凡，久仰，昏迷，吉祥物，
Oh, I need to pep up a little. My a little slightly groggy. 黄昏 yellow dusk. This is usually a bit yellow, yeah. 我喜欢在黄昏时散步。
黄昏，信仰，
Oh, just kidding. I kept typing. 信仰. So to look up and have faith that it is true, to believe in. 信仰. Yeah, makes sense. 我信仰自由. Oh, hey, do I have 自由 yet?
我信仰自由。
自由, not 自由. You is you would be Japanese. 自由. I combined them. Well, most of the time I might say 基于 基于 anyways. 自由. Pretty sure 自由. A really old one. Oops.
信仰，
信仰. This kind of sort of looks like believer, but the right.
平凡，
平凡. Okay, ordinary makes sense. 他是一个平凡的人, of course. Let's just swap it up.
平凡，沿海，
沿海. Along the ocean, coastal, or along the sea. I guess yin yang might be a thing too. Yin yang, yeah. Along the ocean. I don't know what that would imply. 他们住在沿海地区. Okay.
沿海，漂浮，
漂浮. Which 漂 is it? 漂浮. Oh, the float thing? Float? 漂浮. Alright. To drift. Heck. Moonstone. 河面 no 湖面上漂浮着几只小船。
湖面上漂浮着几只小船。
几只小船。漂浮着。Yeah, 湖面 a lake.
漂浮，
Alright.
黄昏，信仰，平凡，沿海，漂浮，
Okay.
浮云，
浮云 floating clouds, yeah. 浮云。浮云在天空游 游骑
浮云在天空游移，
游移 not 骑 shifting 移okay.
浮云
Out of Yoshi, set out Kirby. Feels weird, man.
扭伤
有香 twist. And it feels like my Chinese is better than yours now. I saw you studying a lot. You're doing a lot of other studying. Ern. 有香 to sprain. The sprain. Twist and hurt. Sprain works. 我扭伤了什么？我扭伤了脚，脚。I think that might actually be new. 脚踝。Interesting. 踝。Fruit. Fruit and legs. Interesting. And one leg. Hulk. Yeah, that's I didn't get that yet. But jiao makes one. It's part of the foot, so fine.
扭伤
扭伤 is sprain. Makes sense.
期刊
期刊期刊 so like let's just say period publication, which is periodical. 期刊这是一本学术期刊 makes sense.
期刊
期刊
笔
I recently met another Malaysian person, I think only once though. They were also they were also talking about Chinese because they were learning Chinese at the time. I think they were post school though. It might be in college. Now that I think about it. I haven't heard from them in a week's time or something like that. I believe they are also in the computer sciences. Interestingly enough. D. Another D. Double D. The other D was bottom. You look like a D. Oops. Oh, wow. It defaulted to D. And got rid of our shack, huh? Alright. Resist. This month is your exam month? That explains all the studying and all the different subjects that you were going through. I thought it might have been your big exam. I'm not sure if you have the super exam. Do you have a super exam in Malaysia? Like the one that I'm gonna say this as dark humor as possible. The one that determines the rest of your life. I don't know if that's a thing in Malaysia. Your national exam's on November. Oh, okay. November and December for this year. Okay, so it's coming up soon. Your national exam. I see. Yeah, that's the exam I was referring to. I thought you might be preparing for that soon, because I remember that this is you're about to graduate soon, right? Yeah, the national exam. That type of exam for the United States, I guess it's not the end. It's not really the end of the world, but honestly, don't quite remember. But in the United States, there's like you have to take a state exam, and then there is a national exam, which is the SATs. So I don't quite remember what was in it. Preparing for it's interesting though. I don't know how people prepare for that. When I was growing up, it was very hard to know what exams there are because I'm the only reference. And then, we didn't have the internet or anything, so you don't have reference to anybody else. So you just wing it. All the exams were I think it was only after I went to college when the internet started happening that there was a way to, I don't know, try to prepare for those type of things. It's so different now. Like, just thinking back, I wasn't too worried, but you can't worry about things you don't know is what I was doing when I was younger. But nowadays, it's so wild that when you're talking about studying, you can find people who have studied for it, and then you can pick their brains or hear their stories. And all I can think about is back in my day, you take life day by day because I wasn't multi-generational American, so I had no point of reference. So it was like, oh, hey, when you're 17 or 18, you're supposed to take those exams. Like, oh, okay. One day I just walk into the class. It's like, oh yeah, we're taking this exam. It's like, okay. But no idea what no idea what it is. You just take it. You hope that whatever you were doing for your life up to that moment was good enough to score well on the exam. I think I scored all right. It wasn't stellar. Some kids knew the exam was coming since ever because their parents went to school in the same place or somewhere close by, right? So interesting. Just the idea of being able to prepare for exams is so interesting. I think it was only till since college when you started having access to like other examples of exams, and that's usually like going to the library and hoping that former classmates or upperclassmen did a solid for the underclassmen and gave exams like prior exams, previous exams, modeled exams, that type of thing, where information is the way people prepare. I think I was well into my mid-20s before that became a normal practice in my life, of course. I believe other classmates find that normal. They had like people they knew, maybe their parents and their family knew, or they had older siblings, and I just truck along. I'm like, I don't know what you guys are doing, but we might as well take it one step at a time. It felt like playing catch up all the time, which was kind of fun to me. I thought it was, not necessarily from, I didn't really like the first thing you said today is like, darn, you feel like your Chinese is better than mine, like you're comparing, right? I feel that since early in life, it felt like I was always behind, right? I truly was actually always behind, but I also felt the same way. Because I felt the same way, I started thinking about it differently. It's not whether I'm really far behind, it's how much I have to learn. I still have so much to learn. So somewhere along the line when I was 13 years old, I was really behind. I was like 2 or 3 years behind because we moved school systems. We went from like an underprivileged system to a white privileged system. And since then it was like, well, it doesn't matter where I start. I will keep trying to catch up. And because of that, I feel like I don't think I've ever lived a time in my life where I thought that I was the leader, or I was the role model, or I was the person that people try to catch up with. So my mentality hasn't ever changed then. Like, there was no comparison to me, because the moment I start comparing is the moment I realized that my life, quote unquote, wasn't lucky enough to be the person paving the road, but the person following, right? And sure enough, I think I kept hold on to that impression, even to this day. And I would say there were bits and pieces in my 30s where, no, I wasn't the person following. It was actually, I was the person leading. And that was kind of interesting, but it didn't last long enough. But like, I didn't place myself in a leadership position or want to lead or trailblaze in any time. That desire, you could kind of say that desire never became normal. So when that really changes a person, in my opinion, growing up being behind, so to speak, or different. I would use the word different now. Growing up being different, you spend a lot of time thinking about how you don't compare to other people, as opposed to you compare to other people. And nowadays, I can't even imagine what it's like to grow up in a life where no matter what you do, if you go online, you will be able to find enough observable, tangible evidence that makes you compare yourself to another person. And that is wild. I mean, I still compared myself to other people to know how much I need to learn. However, because I found that it was not working, it's not productive to me to compare myself because my starting positions are different. I spend most of my time farming, and basically farming. I'm using the word farming, but as a euphemism. My entire goal, what my main focus is, if I have something to learn from someone else, I do it. Because they already spent all the effort doing it. So if they're ahead of me and they are spending a lot of energy figuring out where to go, I'm going to slipstream them. As in, like, I'm going to follow their lead while making my own, preparing to break away from them. So that's kind of my mentality when I was in high school, in college. I find the people who are successful. I slip behind them because they have to pave the road. And since they have to pave the way, they take all the risks. Does this count as take advantage? It might. It might. So you learn a lot. The thing is now, for myself, I no longer require it anymore. I think when I started going to graduate school, I no longer need to slip behind someone. So now I'm the guy who loves to look backwards. So like, hey guys, I'm going into that forest over there, and I look back. Does anyone want to come with me? And that's where we go. Or like, I see someone, you know, you walk around, right? Now I'm more like the person visiting people's villages. So you go into the forest, and then you see this person standing in front of their gate. I want to enter that gate and see what they're doing. And maybe someday, and sometimes, they will come out of their gate and join me. So that's kind of like, no, that's kind of my perspective nowadays. From 20 to 30, like the moment I left high school, it was find the next person, find the 2 or 3 people. And this might sound cliche because you could kind of say it's kind of like a child, like a 13-year-old, 14-year-old who finally go on like YouTube and stuff, and then they get interested in like an influencer, right? Like a parasocial person, a person that's parasocially. The difference that I feel that it would be great to the internet to have in some way is that you actually, those people are within your immediate environment. So like I didn't chase after some stranger who was like maybe 3,000 miles away, who has like 10 million 10 million subscribers, and they were like building a whole business. Those parts, I can't relate to those parts. And I feel in the current day, the internet age, you don't see those things because you haven't experienced those things yet. You're looking at things that may or may not even be desirable or happen. When I was younger, those people are people that I share space with. They are my upperclassmen. Like they are literally 1 year away from me. So if I go to, when I'm in high school, I look at my sophomore, my juniors, my seniors, because I'm a freshman. So those are the models that I look at. And there are obviously bad actors, great actors, and average actors. The idea is that they are not that far away. Or not that far away in the sense of their experiences. We're sharing an environment. Mentally, they are really far away. Like most of my upperclassmen were way ahead of me, because of like other reasons that I don't have control over. So I don't usually spend a lot of time. I ask myself, I look at them as like, in a year's time, all the stuff that they did can be mine with less effort. And then with that less effort, I can use the rest of my effort to claw my way, close the gap in another year's time, right? Because if someone has done the work for you, you take advantage of it. And then when you're taking advantage of it, you don't work less, you work harder because you have to close the gap. But the gap is this like creating your time, creating what they don't have when you get there. On the internet, that becomes so much wider because now when kids grow up, they're looking at conditions that they can't even comprehend aren't the same or different anymore. Like, for me, when someone comes up and say something like, oh, it must be really easy to talk to people. And I'm like, well, if we try to normalize our backgrounds, normalize our background, our age, our experiences, and whatnot, if I turn back the clock to when I was 18, even then, despite not having the internet and all that stuff, I barely said like 2 words a day. And that's though, like, let's say like 2 sentences a day, and that happens when a teacher calls me in class. Like I barely answer questions in class. In fact, I still remember teachers grade participation in high school. So that's how I first got started speaking and asking questions, because school forced you to do so. So I didn't do what every kid does nowadays. They go online, they type comments, they say hi in a weird way, and then they say hi without caring about a response. Like, they laugh, they post, they use gifs or gifs to each other, right? They emote, I don't do any of that when I was younger. In fact, sometimes I don't even know if people know I existed, even though I occupied the same room. In fact, that was my intent. I wanted it to be invisible. So it's amazing what kids do now that they think is normal, and they still don't think they're capable of being social people. That's the craziest thing, that I go to, like, when I turn off the stream, when I'm done each day, I turn off the stream, and my only thought is, the thing I'm doing now that seems very normal is almost, it could break someone, how public it is. Like right now, what I'm doing right now, what I'm saying, recording, and sharing, that would be the most nerve-wracking thing that any teenager could ever experience prior to the internet. So even typing in a public forum would be disastrously nerve-wracking. And yet, the people that I'm talking about are the people that younger people now think are the social people. The people who are social. Like I would consider myself remotely, when someone younger comes, like encounters me, they would probably say, well, you obviously don't experience social anxiety or like problems talking and expressing things. And my first thought is, you don't either, in my opinion, because when I was your age and you're doing this, you're talking to far more people than I've ever talked to. At most, my world was like 3 friends big for the most of my life. And to this day, I don't think I have friends more than that. And yet, each waking hour, someone is online, they find it normal to say things and post things and write things that potentially millions of people can see. Potentially, we'll just say like even hundreds is sufficient. I have done things in my life for more than half my life that maybe tens of people know I have done. And since Twitch, I think at least thousands of people know I do those things. But despite all of that, it's crazy how life has changed. Anyways, I just thought I'd reminisce a little. It's interesting because the comparison thing, it does really take a different type of human thinking to be comfortable with it. I'm not sure if any of that will be something that will come back. I don't think there's a return to those days. And I'm not saying that my childhood had some like natural thing that gave me an advantage. I think what my younger self and my younger environment taught me is that sometimes worrying about the unknown and worrying about or comparing things that you can't, like maybe one can't possibly comprehend, is only one side of the, it's a side of life. The other side is, well, gee, on the internet there are a lot of people who did all the work for me, so I might as well use all of that and then build something new or build something more than that. It cuts all the cost, right? It cuts all the things. So if I was studying for a national exam, for example, boy howdy, yeah, I would probably spend time farming all the resources from people. Here's one little like slight moment when I thought times have changed. When people started rating other people, that's when I knew the world was changing. The first time I got slapped back to reality that the world is changing is when people rate professors before they take the class. So like the beginning of the early days, like rate my professor, rate my teacher, like rate this person, that is when I knew that's like, I'm gonna say over 10 years ago, and to this today, 10 years ago, I told myself it's going to be like it today, where when the moment people start automating rating a person based on their skill and their experience is the moment we start normalizing that each human is always comparable to the next human. So I guess if there's anything I can say to my 20-year-old self, is like, you nailed it. And I'm adjusting to that, obviously. That's how I talk about things most of the time now. You got to be sensitive to the idea that growing up now, it's all about comparison. It's so 90% of the time, it's so difficult not to compare because everything is rated. You are rated. It's a really good Black Mirror episode, by the way. I think it was like Black Mirror episode... I think it was the episode 1, season 3, when they took the Facebook thing, the like and dislike thing, and everyone's life and status and social status and credit and everything is attached to their ratio. So everyone has a ratio to determine their success in life, and I think that's not far from the truth. The self-imposed truth. I think there is a lot of value to having these tools, or having these ideas. Like if I said something and then there's like 1,000 dislike, if I get ratioed for something I said, it's very useful, and you can use it to learn and grow from it. I don't think it's sufficient to tell you what you're worth. So there is a little bit of a silver lining here. When someone gives me feedback, they don't understand my totality of worth, but they do have information that allows me to get a better ratio. So that's the work, right? Here's another little thing to tie into the comparison thing. When someone dislikes the things you do, like in this modern age, not in the old age, like if I were going back, when people provide feedback, it's a different story. So if like an older person says, well, feedback is good, it means they care about you, and it means that's not true. Like what I mean is that's not true all the time. Back in the day, feedback comes with mandated interactions and accountability. Nowadays, you got to take it with a different perspective. If you get like 10,000, if you get ratioed, the thing you can do is you can utilize that because they used up all their energy and their work, right? You gotta, if you're able to extract what is it that made you get ratioed, that is the work you have to put in still. Before, back in the day, quote unquote, this is what people refer to as feedback. When if you're taking advice from like a successful person in their 30s and their 40s, when feedback was given back in the day, that's not represented by a simple metric. They do most of the work already, so you extract most of the work from them. So for example, if you go to college, this stuff still exists. If you go to college, if you still go to graduate school, this stuff still exists. Because when you're giving a presentation and like someone who's much older than you give you feedback, you're relying and you're trusting on them that they care and they're invested in you. So when you're in a program, they're trying to do the work that you don't have to do, which is to provide a counterexample, to provide a scrutiny, how to make your experiments better, how do you make your thesis better. So they're doing all the extra work. So what happens is you build on all of that extra work. You take their feedback and you build upon it. Unfortunately, when you're online, or fortunately or unfortunately, online you have to take that feedback differently, because they didn't do all the work yet. The majority didn't do all the work. They referenced all the work, and like I would say 8 out of 10 people, or 4 out of 5 people, would reference someone else's work to criticize your work. So because they do less work for their feedback, like that downvote doesn't tell you much. So because they don't do that much work, you can't extract that information. So you have to go and invest to get the information. Like, why did you get 1,000 downvotes? So it's not the same as school. It's not the same as graduate school. Those people are responsible for providing the work in the feedback. So you get a little bit of both. It's a different story. And then you might be saying, well, that's not true. There's occasionally that one person that will provide just as good feedback as in school, who they're responsible. Their job is to do that. And yeah, that's true. But we're not talking about the social norm. We're talking about the rarity now. We're talking about the exception. The exception is online. If you keep trying, you might bump into 1 or 2 people who really do care about you in a strange way or a coincidental way. And they are the people you keep, right? You try to go ask them, hey, can you explain why I'm getting ratioed here? And those become those mentors and like friends and family and coworkers that you meet. But the proportion is different. The odds of happening online is much less because the selection factor for feedback is so tiny. What is the tiniest feedback you can get? A dislike. What is the tiniest positive feedback you can get? A thumbs up. That's all you get. There's no information. And then when you go find them and you ask them, they're like, I just vibe with you. Like, or I think you make a good point. So they're not doing a lot of work for you. And that's what makes me, it's humbling, but it's also very efficient. It's humblingly efficient. So nowadays, that's what I see when I interact with people online. It takes a lot more of your input in order to form professional relationships or feedback back and forth. And that's where we start, right? That's where we start. However, if you're still going to college, you're still going to graduate school, it's going to feel like exhausting drudge, like drag, because in my opinion, we're not saying which one's better or good. They're just they're two different environments. Online, if your social norm is online, then whatever you do at a professional stage with other people, which is like your academics, it's going to feel exhausting. It's going to constantly feel exhausting because you're trying to match the energy level of the environment. So for me, long story short, I put on 2 faces. I get ready and I prepare myself for the energy level task that I must do. And usually I pick the highest level and hope that I can maintain that as I go down. So when I start stream, I don't actually approach it like the normal internet one. I think the internet is a basal level. Like everyone wants to chill, be entertaining, or like be entertained, relaxed and whatnot. And I'm not. I'm not relaxed. I'm serious. And I constantly look for edge to catch up and learn because I don't go to school anymore. I don't have a professional career. I'm not employed. But kids like Churn, like if you're still here, kids who still study for national exams, looking to go get a college degree, you're in the big leagues in the sense of how much effort you need. So oftentimes what I see or how I would empower someone is that if you are studying for a national exam now, if you want to do something that will be appreciated online, in my opinion, that should be far easier now. So instead of looking the other way, right? Instead of making the internet provide a glass ceiling, you're at this level whenever you're at school. It requires far more matching energy than when you're on the internet. So oftentimes whenever you meet someone, right? Like for me, this might scream like, oh, well, that means people who go to school are better than people who just stay on the internet. No, it's more like school requires certain things and the internet requires certain things. And in this very specific characteristic, school is going to require more effort in a short amount of time because it occupies less of your desired environment. So it will seem harder. It will seem like it's required. But if you can do school, then you can do the internet. And that's where I get a little bit of a... I sober myself up a lot of times that I'm not behind in some aspects. And that is definitely understanding how to think, evaluate, and catch up with things. Because school taught me that. Graduate school taught me that. It's my edge, right? If I go online, the chances are I'm in the, I would say, like humbly so, I would at least be in the 95th percentile, if not the 99th percentile when it comes to experiences that are outside the internet, right? So I try to share that, in my opinion. It may help to focus other people, right? Those who think that all the value that they have is whatever can be seen on the internet, and try not to sell yourself short on all the things that you're trying to do outside of that too, right? Be it your family, friends, there are a lot of valuable things outside. That's kind of what I feel has been lost a little bit. So while we might be comparing our Chinese, we're gonna take it back to language learning, how many characters we know or how many vocabulary we know. The goal is to find comfort and ability to say, well, we can't replace each other. And that's invaluable. The moment the internet has convinced you that no matter what you do, you're replaceable, is, in my opinion, the moment that most things in your life will become less and less valuable because you feel like someone else can do it better in those very specific characteristics. But you wholly should not feel like someone can replace you, right? So I can't replace, I don't know what Malaysia is like. There's no way I can know what Malaysia is like. We're growing up in Malaysia right now in like the post 2000 period. So irreplaceable from my perspective. All right. Sorry, I just thought I wanted to turn that around and make it into a more emotionally uplifting or encouraging thing. And also good luck with your exams, right? If you're still here. I hope your exams do well. I think it's really cool that you've been spending time studying and showing your studies. I've obviously, I don't know if you noticed, but I did see. You guess it's true that there's always someone better than you? In ways of cherry picking, there is someone better than you. But not as a whole. You're the longer you live, the more experiences you have, the less irreplaceable you are. So there's no point of comparison. Even to this moment, it would be very difficult to find someone who truly has a point of comparison. Now, you can choose what to compare. You can choose a very small part of that person and compare it. That can answer that question. There's always someone better than you. But there is less and less people like you. So it really does depend on the scope of your comparison. And hear me out. You might be thinking, well, if there's always someone better than you, then there is always someone to farm for an edge. You can think of this proactively or defeatist. If you truly believe there is always someone better than you, go find them and use them. Not like in a direct way, but what I mean is, if they are better than you in the way you say you think are valuable, then they have information that can benefit you. Now, the silver lining here, the grain of salt here is sometimes people think that the one that's better than them is the thing they want to become. And usually, oftentimes when you follow in their footsteps and you learn from them long enough, you end up not being like them. Because the reality, in my opinion, is you can focus on an aspect that's comparable. But when it comes to the whole, it becomes less and less comparable over time. So yes, go and find people who you think is better than you, but it's not settling for the fact that you'll never be better than them. For example, saying it in a way that you'll never be better than them is that when you follow them, your aim is to be the things they have done because you know that they have done, but one on top of that, because you are not them entirely. So if someone is doing something that you like to do, there's also other aspects of you that you can add to the things they're doing. You know, like, oh, this guy graduated from high school. All right, you're going to graduate from high school. You think this guy's better than you because you graduated from high school with better grades? Learn from them. But when you graduate, you are not them anymore. Right? But you can keep chasing. You know, maybe they went off to college. You still go off to college with them. But every moment when you're chasing after someone is also an opportunity to integrate everything else that you might not know about them, or how they might not know about you, because it goes the other way as well. And here's one really funny little note. If you're always chasing after someone who you always think is better than you, there's a very excellent chance that if you're expressing that outside, like if you behave like that, the people around you will also feel the same about you. So it would be interesting to talk to some of your friends and ask them, how do they feel about, do they think there is always someone better than them? For myself, I haven't asked that about my close friends. I think, generally speaking, we would rationally all say there are a lot of people who do particular things better than us, but we are all different people. And like different from in skill set ways. We are of the same people when it comes to values and humanitarianism and stuff, right? The foundations that are not based on objective metrics, right? We're subjectively the same people, but we are different in our performance skills, and that's what makes us great. So as a group, you can certainly, like, say you have to do a task, you can break up the task, but most of us will take different approaches, or maybe like most of us are comfortable in the idea that we all take different roles and then act as a group despite being comparable to each other. But that's because I don't express that. I don't typically concern myself with people better than me. In fact, because of the internet, I've met more people who think they're better than me, but they don't stick around very long, right? They go on to the next person. who they think they're better with. I don't envy, like, you might be thinking, you get what's the point then? You'll always be playing second fiddle, right? If you always think you're someone there's always better than you. Not really. I really genuinely believe, if I believe it's true that there are always someone better than me, then there's more to learn. But it's not from those people who think they're better than me. I don't learn anything from that. So if you come, and this happens a lot when you're streaming and you're learning to stream, like you're streaming learning, is that most online, the individuals who believe they are better than me, they tell me the least amount of things. They typically, like, I'm not saying everyone, but my experience is that those individuals they care less about you. They tend to care less about you, and they regurgitate and cite things that are way outside because they don't understand you at all, and they might not even be interested in you. So oftentimes I would say I would follow the lead of someone who's better than me, but I wouldn't ever take the advice of someone who thinks they're better than me. So in my opinion, I'm okay with being surrounded by people who believe that there are always someone better than you, because for me, that means we have room for betterment, room for improvement, whether that person knows it or not. So I take ideas from people who are actually better than me, in my opinion. I don't take advice. I don't usually take advice from people who think they're better than me. And that happens a lot. So got to keep that in mind. Online, I think there's a way less effort and resistance both ways. Like, if somehow one day I get a little overzealous, overzealous and say, like, arrogantly, like, oh, I'm a better person than you, then I failed, in my opinion. I failed to grow from the interaction. Because honestly, if you're arrogant and you're not humble enough to realize that that other person has something to offer, what are you doing? You can help someone. That is my favorite position. You can help someone. That's only when that other person has determined and approached you that you can help them. That is a different story. But being arrogant and saying you're better than them, then you're not very helpful to them, in my opinion. I don't like that. That's my personal opinion. That might be a little hot. That might be quite a hot take there. Should you let other people use you though? Here's the thing though. If someone else uses you, they would also know how to exchange it, right? So no, I would say the most appropriate occasion is if someone's taking advantage of you, then it's an exchange, it's a transaction. So you have to behave and know that what are you getting out of it, right? The situations that I have been talking about, those were open generosity situations, right? Or parasocial relationships where this might be related to that, where, like, if you post something, technically whatever you post, you've accepted the consequences that most people will use that, right? If you're talking about, like, someone who's personal that's taking advantage, then you use transactional behavior, right? And I'm not saying these are the only solutions, but one of the idea is, like, well, if it's someone in your immediate vicinity who's, like, deliberately targeting you, this is not the same as the internet, right? Whatever you post on the internet is fair use. So if someone happens to be using whatever you're doing, that is fair game. You've accepted that consequence. However, if it's like a personal thing, like a relational thing on in school or on like somewhere like that, it's transactional. So if you know they used you, you ask for compensation. Like go back and say, how can we work together? Right? I clearly providing something for you. What is it in it for me? And that's kind of your standard business transaction stuff. I mean, I'm not my personal favorite. I don't like building relationships on personal transactions, but that's part of professionalism as well, right? Business transactions. I wouldn't qualify that as everybody else. Just different types of people require different types of behavior. Because sometimes I know they're using you, but it feels like rude if you don't. Well, here's the thing, right? If they're using you, then they would expect to be used in return, at least in my opinion. If they don't, then it's not a mutual business transaction. And you can choose to burn that bridge or not. Because if they're using you, then they need you. This sounds like a really sharky things, but if you think you know for sure they're using you, then you have leverage, in my opinion. Personally, you have leverage. So it's not rude when you stop providing. Now, hear me out. This is assuming whatever you're describing now, you feel like you're making it sound negative, right? You're making it sound like it's a negative source. So that is definitely up to you to decide. But if someone is using you, it also means it's likely meaning that they're dependent on whatever you're doing. So that leaves you with the leverage to not do it or to ask for something in return. For myself, that would probably be what my younger self would say also as a negative thing. But personally, what I have learned about myself is I do double the work. Like, if I had to tell you the honest truth of what I would do when I was younger, I would do their work and I would do my work too. But that's what I would do. So if what I would do now would be I would stop providing if it was a negative thing. But I'm in a different mindset. So right now, everything I do, I accept that other people will use it. It's free for them to use. So I'm doing things because I can, not doing things because I need. The way you're wording it is as though you wish it was not the case, as in you don't think people should find you useful because you want something in return, or you want to be acknowledged in return because it's not sustainable. Otherwise, I wouldn't find it, you wouldn't have any use for asking, is it all right to stop, or tell them to stop. And yeah, that is definitely your decision to make. My younger self would say, well, I guess people need my help. I still need to work on myself too. It's time to step up and do both. That's what would be the reality of my younger self. Is it going to feel bad that you're doing extra work but it doesn't benefit you? Absolutely. From like a self-preservation perspective. However, I don't know if this is gonna happen. I can't guarantee this to happen. I did that most of my life when I was younger, and despite maybe 70% of the time or 80% of the time people take advantage of me, that 20% of the time, the rare times, those are the people who make my life different. So It's kind of like on the internet. How do you parallel this to the internet? Well, for every 100 people I meet, 99 of them are going to talk to me like I'm an idiot. Right? Like that kind of situation. And then the other 1% will do something different. And to me, it's worth it. And that's kind of the whole, if I had to tell you the truth, if I knew people were taking advantage of my help, I would keep doing it. I would get better at it. I would learn more ways to try to get something out of it. So if I know someone needs my help and they're using me, I gotta get better at it. You know, get better at either producing whatever that is and then trying to find ways to benefit from it, because it exists, right? Other kids could just say, well, no, I know you're using me, so I refuse unless you're paying for it. That's some of my classmates and whatnot went that road. I personally, when I was a kid, I would just continue providing. And the way I could do it was I get better at it. So like say some kid is cheating, right? Or they're ripping off my work or something like that. Well, you gotta get better at it. At some point, actually, 5-6 years down the line, I'm kind of curious where that kid is now. It's certainly not where I am, because I was doing all the work, right? I was doing the work. I mean, that kid could be very successful. I don't know. The idea is that person might not be the same anymore. And if you want to spin it as a romantic way, you never know what happens later in life with those people. I spent most of my life doing the best I can, despite people taking advantage or not. And every once in a while, the people that you genuinely keep helping, they become people that will remember you. So it's not all like rain clouds and sunshine, like rain clouds versus sunshine, if you're able to step up to it. Not that I'm saying I understand your situation about being taken advantage of. That's kind of the closest thing I can share with you an experience like that nowadays is like, I don't know, AI work, right? AI work. Let's say someone is a great artist and then AI comes around and then they just generate things off their work without asking for consent. That is a very real world thing. That's the same. I'm not going to say it's identical, but the idea of the work is very similar. Someone's doing all the work and someone else is doing the slipstreaming, right? The thing that I'm talking about, where you know that someone's doing great work and you can choose to professionally chase after them by using their work that they offer. So the question is, one of the deeper questions is, if someone is using you, are you saying to them or demonstrating to them that it's not okay? Because if you don't say anything, that's neither rude nor that's neither good or bad. Because if that person doesn't know, then you can't possibly be rude or not. And if you're saying that that person does know, how could it be possibly rude if they do know you're using them? So the question is, do you even agree? Like, does that person even agree with you? Like, you're predicating your opinion on the idea that you know that that person knows. Sometimes I'm not quite sure. So it's not rude if you don't ask or express. And if they do know, then yeah, it's your leverage. So if they need to use you, you have all the power. At least in this situation. That I like to think, because you're not the one that needs them, they probably need you. One other dimension would be if you're worried about being rude because you're doing all the work and you're assuming that they know that they're taking advantage of you. Like, if all of that is true, then when you stop doing the work, it can't possibly be rude. But I don't think that's what's happening. Oftentimes people are like, oh, I didn't know you felt this way, or oh, I just realized, well, can I do something in return? That kind of thing is the situation. It's the lack of communication. So I wouldn't make assumptions until you can clarify it. Then you can establish terms. I'm speaking. I know this is not how younger people go about their business, so I'm speaking more from like an older person, making it transactional, as in, hey, you know, I'm doing 80% of the work, and here's why I think it is. But you have to also know that you actually have to establish those details with whoever you're referring to. Sometimes if it's not brought to light, then it's neither rude nor generous. It's egotistical and ignorant, as in you chose to think that they know something, but you don't know if they do yet, right? So removing all doubt, I suppose. Personally, right now, I think over the last like 6 or 7 years online, most of the time I was doing most of the work, right? But I've chosen to do most of the work, and that's pretty much what what I have decided. Now the question is, are you choosing to do most of the work, and then finding ways to tell yourself that, yeah, they know, but it would be rude not to tell them anyways. Here's another thing. Have you ever asked for help? And then comes in the like the arrogance part, or hubris. Sometimes people who think that everyone depends on them, and I'm not saying you are one of them, but you have to consider the idea that if you don't ask for help, or you don't request things because you think it may be rude, how do they know that you feel being taken advantage of? Well, you could assume that all your classmates or the people you work with are egotistical, cynical, selfish people. Or you can find out if they're taking advantage because it's convenient and you don't mind it. Because a lot of times someone who stays quiet and do not express discontent or disagreement, it's very difficult for the other person to know. At least that's my opinion. I don't want to assume that my neighbor is the cynical and selfish person, and that they can't understand what it's like to do work that they don't get repaid for. I think that's probably one of the most acceptable human behaviors. When you're doing work, you expect reward, or you expect equivalent exchange of some sort. The stuff I usually talk about actually is far rarer. So I can never convince someone to feel like it's bad to ask them for payment or something. However, I can tell you the reality is that when people is in a situation to be taken advantage of, they either choose not to express or speak up about it to ever know if the other person would be able to help you or not. Because most of the time, the people who are being relied on, they don't trust anyone else to contribute in the first place. Like, for example, if you're in a group project and you think you're being taken advantage of, and then I would ask that person, this happened already multiple times, I would ask that person, so how do you know that person's taking advantage of you? Do you think they know that they're actively taking advantage of you? And they're like, yes, I do, because they know that I would do the best job. I would get the best grade. So, but I don't want to be rude because I'm the nice person here. But if I ask them to help out with the project, I'm an introvert. I might as well just do the project myself because I would get a better grade because I do all the work, right? That's kind of like the more normal perspective that I would get from a situation like that. So inherently, no matter what I would say outside as another person, that person would rather do it themselves anyways. So the idea then is, can you do it by yourself? And what I mean by that is, can you still be okay with someone using you for the convenience because you made it that way? In my opinion, you allowed it to happen because you don't want to raise your voice or express yourself. You're very agreeable. I can agree with that. I spent most of my life doing that. The reward is that one day that person would realize that, or whoever person, but it's rarer than raising your voice and sharing that. So you can choose your consequences. Because if you truly am the person that everyone needs, then when you leave, then everything falls apart. But if you leave and those people continue to do whatever they're doing, then the reality is you weren't being used because they need you. You were being used because you were convenient. And you made it that convenient. And that's a little victim blaming. But for myself, I was harsh on myself like that. I sometimes tell myself like, oh yeah, I'm helping a lot of people, but they're not helping me in return, or they're not contributing in return. So the way to test if that is true, you have to concern the idea like, hey guys, I can't do this anymore, right? It's not you, it's me. I can't do this anymore. It's too it's like, I'm not feeling great. I'm doing all this work and I can't possibly do all this work while also doing the work that I have to do. And you look at their reaction, right? If they're like, wait, but we can't do any of this stuff, then you got your answer. But if they say, well, all right, that's fine. I don't know why you didn't raise this point before. I just thought you liked doing this stuff. My honest answer when I was younger is I did like doing this stuff. So I'm obviously, you and I, Churn, are different people. Even when we were younger, when I was younger, I actually liked doing the work. So instead, I asked if they could help me out with the things I didn't want to do. And that's what I ended up doing in the future. I found that when I bring up something, and if they're taking advantage of me, they would clearly not offer anything in return. So it is not rude, in my opinion. It's in the sense that the rudeness is coming from the idea that whatever you're thinking you're going to do may be seemed as rude. But when I presented an idea, I don't think it's being rude. Like when I admit to them like, hey guys, I've been doing a lot of the work. It's all right if you don't feel like that's true, but I can't continue to do the work that we're doing now because I can't keep up with it. It makes me feel bad and like I can't keep up with it. And then you can get your answer. You can find out if in fact they need you to do those things, which then they'll explain to you like, well, you have to do the work. That's you do that the best, right? So what can we do to keep you doing that? If they say something like, oh, that's fine, we don't need you, then you have your answer. Right? I don't know what it's like to be the second part, because some people might say that I was a coward, I was a yes man, but I just continue. I actually double down. Here's the way I went about it when I went into college and graduate school. I make it known that I'm doing things for them. So instead of working about asking for repayment or showing that I may not like it, I ask them like, so what else can I do? Because I want to learn. Like, so what happens is, instead of doing less for them because I feel like I'm being taken advantage of, I actually ended up doing even more. And I burned out. So lesson learned, I suppose, but I'm not saying this has a happy ending or like a super happy ending. But when I feel like someone's taking advantage of me, I double down. It's out of stubborn personal hubris. So someone like, you know, this project is not possible without me. So I asked the person, say, hey, what else can I do? I want like, so currently I'm doing this and this and this. What else can I do for the project? And the idea, in my opinion, is, my thought in my mind is, I'm telling and I'm showing the person all the things I'm doing for them or with them or however. And that is another way to draw attention to something. So, you know, the way you bother them, sort of, or raise the situation. Say, hey guys, you know, I'm done with this. Did you guys finish this yet? Okay, I finished this. Did you guys finish this yet? Like, do you guys need help? Because I mean, I already finished all of this stuff. Do you guys need help with that? That is an indirect way. That's kind of, in my opinion, the more Asian, Eastern way of raising awareness. Like, you're making mention of all the things you're doing, but you're still continuing to offer helping them out even more. And that's what I am now. Like, that's my position now, because it's what I choose to do. I don't think that works for, if I had to be honest, I don't think that works very well for younger people nowadays, because inevitably it's not sustainable. People will continue to take advantage of you without you being able to express or demonstrate that you're doing a lot of the work. So if I had to be really direct, it's not rude if you're drawing attention to what is true, in the sense of you're not like projecting your values onto them. You're showing what's happening. Like, hey, I just finished this part. Did you guys finish your part yet? If you guys are having problem, I can help you with your part. And then they'll be like, oh, well, if you have time, can you do this? It's like, let me finish this part first, and then I'll help you out with those parts. So you don't have to be direct about it. You can state and show what is being done. That's still a form of expression. If you sit there, in my opinion, if you sit there and say nothing, it's not their fault. That, in my opinion, it's not necessarily one-sided. If you don't express and communicate, then you never know, and they will never know. So when you say something like they're using you, you never know. If there was never a line of communication, you're being, in my opinion, if I were to talk to myself, if I ever say someone is using me, but I never talk to him about it, then I'm arrogant, selfish, and egotistical. because there's no possible way I would know that they're using me if I never communicated that in the first place. There is a chance that they know and they're deliberately doing it, but you yourself can never know for sure until you find some way of demonstrating it. In my opinion. Obviously, this is all hypothetical. And for full disclosure, I never said anything. First like 30, maybe like first 26 plus years of my life, I did I did as much as I can. That was my focus. I always do as much as I can. I didn't care whether I burned out or had diminished return or something. I was a yes man. So I said yes to everything. Later down the road, I kind of learned to say no and negotiate. And most of the stuff that I'm saying now was in like the last 7 years or so, where you have to understand if they're using you, they need you. So you have leverage. That's business. I didn't think about that until well after I was an adult. Whenever someone says, hey, can you drive 6 hours to help me move my furniture, bud, and then never hear from them again, it's like, yes, yeah, sure, how can I help? Like, don't worry, I'll just go grab some caffeine and do it. And the reason why I thought that was true, that it ended up benefiting me in the long run, is one day, and this is a romantic situation, one day you could help someone that will help you back. And that is why I did it. That's how I come to terms with my choices in life. I still to this day spent the majority of my life offering help without expecting in return. Because if you help thousands of people, one of them could change your life. And I continue to think that way to this day. So yes, in the course of a year, there will be a bunch of people who say, okay, hi, and never say anything else. But occasionally, there's that one person that maybe I can help them or like be useful, maybe even be used by that person, but genuinely they needed the help, or they wanted the help, or they desired the help. And who knows, that person may go on to be the next leader of the world, or the next millionaire, or the next billionaire. And maybe that one day that was worth it, and knowing that is good enough. But it could always come back as well. And that's kind of like teaching. I think that's the mentality a teacher must have. Because the younger you get, like the younger people you teach as a teacher, that's how you go about it. You pour all of your soul, at least this is my personal teaching strategy. I sacrifice everything for my teaching. Like, if someone is trusting me to guide them, I do everything. I try to do everything to encourage them to get what I think will allow them to be successful. But I never hear from them again. But it's like 99% of the time, I never hear from them again. Like, I don't know where they are. I don't know where any of the students I interacted with went. And I don't choose to stay in contact with them. The idea is I'm giving it away. If you're thinking that you can't give it away, you ask for a price, right? And I hope that's what you're gonna find out, how to ask for a price. Not that I did, right? So I'm preaching, or I'm sharing what other people have done around me. When I was younger, I just kept doing. Like, this might sound arrogant or maybe a little bit a lot of hubris, but there were projects that I think I did almost all of it. But that also meant that when I go to do the projects myself, I already know how to do all those projects. So instead of worrying about how people take advantage of me or how they're cheating life or taking advantage of your generosity, that's kind of what leaders do. And for better or worse, the silver lining is all the work that you do will speak for itself in the future. So when someone asks me, how do you balance these tasks and manage like 4 or 5 different projects at once, is because I did it when I was a kid. If I'm truly alone and I choose myself, like I took the responsibility. I didn't tell them. I didn't say, hey, partner, like can we discuss the workload? Because I didn't do that either. The first like 20 plus years, when someone tells me to do something, I do it. And then when they find out I'm really useful and they ask me to do more things, I do it. I rarely ever concerned myself whether I was doing too much or what benefits the other person gets. When someone says, hey, I don't want to edit this. Can you edit this and then help me out a bit, right? I edit the whole thing and then they did great. If they get all the credit, I didn't care because I did the work. When I did the work, it means that one day I will be able to use those skills, and you can kind of see the problem in here, right? Especially on the internet, you can kind of see that problem. Where like, but if you never get credit, no, people will never know what you did, and then if people don't know what you did, then you can never get ahead in life. It's like, well, yeah, it's true. I absolutely agree. I said this a long time ago. There's a difference between being nice and being kind. Kindness comes from awareness. Kindness has asks, it gives, and takes. Niceness is indiscriminate, in my opinion. When I was younger, I was a nice person. In my 30s, I try to be kind. I don't try to be nice. When you're being nice, you're handing out things. You're always the person who's doing everything. Or you always feel like you're the person who's always doing everything. And no one ever pays you for anything because you're nice. You're a nice person. You're habitually feeling good doing the work. That's when you are truly a nice person. And I was, in my opinion, when I was younger, that's all I knew how to be. Truly a nice person. There's also not truly a nice person, which is a person who is kind, but they want to be nice. So if you're asking yourself, it's not worth it, I'm burning out, I wish people can help me, I wish people are not as selfish, why are my friends not helping me or seeing that I'm in trouble? In my opinion, you are typically a kind person. You're someone who knows how to help someone, but also you want something in return, or you want other kind people to help you in return. That's being kind. Nice has no equivalent, like in kindness. Nice means that you just do things and you never concern yourself with being repaid because you like being nice. You truly like being nice. And I feel that's what I was. So honestly, it's very hard for me to think it was that you need to be rude. You just keep doing. Here though, as an adult, my adult self would tell you, if you feel bad and you feel like you want something from someone, raising awareness between the two groups, asking, give and taking, is not rude per se. Like, I'm not trying to convince you it's not rude. I'm saying it's not rude because most kind people know that it's not rude to ask and give and take. If they do say it is rude, then you're not surrounded by kind people. And you already have your answer. If someone says this is rude to ask, then the last thing I would worry about is the people you're working with are not kind people. And to me, it's better to find out if they're kind people or not. Nice people is really hard to work with. I'm just gonna be real with you. Being universally nice can present a lot of problems, like initiative. Nice people tend not to be expressive. They don't negotiate. It's a double edge. Nice people don't express things. They don't express discontent. They don't like negotiate. They also can be a sinking ship, and you won't know anything about it. So like, that's the other way to look at niceness. I was a sinking ship into my mid-20s. Like, I was burning out. I was like becoming a sinking ship. But if you're a habitually nice person, you keep taking on more things, and you continue to take on more things without expressing your discontent or your negotiation. So eventually, yeah, it's gonna suck because you burn out and no one's gonna care. No one's gonna say, oh yeah, I didn't know you were under so much load. Like, maybe I could have helped out more or something like that. Because if you're around kind people, you have to communicate it. It's not rude to communicate these things. It's important that you do because you want to make sure the people you're helping are kind people. Sometimes you might bump into nice people, and that's kind of sucky in a situation where you need help, because in my opinion, sometimes niceness means that there's no transparency. You can't tell, right? So if I was a perspective, say Churn, like, I don't know if you're still here, if I'm the one that's using you, right? Like, if I was in the position, since you're being nice, as in you're afraid of you, rude, and to bring it up, if you take it from my perspective, it's like, oh yeah, this guy's just doing all the work. It's like, that's cool. Like, I hope it's okay. That would be a kind person that may or may not know if you're having problems with this arrangement, right? It's like, oh, maybe I should ask them. But if you meet another nice person, it would be something like, well, they seem like they're doing all right, and I don't want to be rude to like step in and tell them what to do and whatnot. So it is like retroactive. It's reflexive. You could be surrounded by nice people you don't know yet, and if you're around kind people, it's rarely rude to ask. And if you're around not kind people, then they're likely going to say it's rude. And the good news is, you know the truth now, and you should stay away from them, right? And we're not saying there are people who are not kind inherently. Here's my another thing. I don't think people are inherently evil. So you're gonna have to take that with a grain of salt. This is my personal belief. I don't think there are people who are inherently evil. There are people who have conflicts of interest. And in this case, if you're saying you express that you want other people to contribute more and you want to do less, so it's even, and they say it's rude, then you have a conflict of interest. And when you have a conflict of interest, that is something either you have to resolve, so it's neither rude, it's objectively required, or you leave. Because now you have your answer. You never have to feel bad about being rude if those people were not kind in the first place. And I understand as a high school student, you might not have a choice. So the good news about high school and college arrangements and stuff is they're temporary. And the silver lining here is if you do this, you learn something from it, as opposed to not learning anything from it. But again, it'll go away, right? Like it'll be temporary. Those are not your permanent people. This will come back. Most of this stuff will come back when you decide to spend the rest of your life with someone, right? All of these things that we're talking about, these are things that you would probably have to encounter and practice in the future when you decide to spend your life with someone, and or spend your life with yourself and talking with others. This will come up in the future. So I think if there's anything I have to offer, the reality is I did exactly what you did, and I thought pretty much what you thought. But what I ended up deciding is that I like being nice most of my early life. So I didn't complain about people using me or taking advantage of me, because I know that when people ask me to do work and do things, at least I will know that maybe some of them remember, and then I'm doing work. I'm practicing. I'm like doing as much as I can. So it's work to be done. I was the guy who stayed overnight, take up sick leave, 6 shifts. When someone asked me to stay 2 hours longer to help them out with something, but they're not going to be able to pay me even though I'm working. That's me when I was younger. I always said yes. Like 99% of the time, I would say yes. If I have to study for an exam, but someone else has to study for a different exam, I would help them first. I would not help myself, because I think, and it's arrogant, I was young. I thought I could do everything. So it didn't ever bothered me to do everyone else's work and then do my own work. I thought I could do all of it. And then by my mid-20s, I couldn't. I couldn't. And that was the wake-up call. So if you think I should feel sad or regret all of that, I don't. And that's more like the brutal reality of the situation, right? I'm not saying there's a happy ending at the end of this. I'm telling you what happened in my life, and maybe that could change your mind about whether it's rude or not to tell people, hey, I don't feel great. I'm doing all the work. Can we talk about this? There's a really strong correlation between someone who is nice versus someone who is kind. When you are internally nice, you don't trust people to be kind. You hope that they're nice too, is what you're more used to. So in my world, in the world of my life, I found that most people are kind. In the society that I lived in, I think most people ended up being really kind-hearted people, but they were not nice people like me. So I learned that it is okay to express my discontent by saying, hey, you know, I don't have time for this. Is it all right if we do it next time? I know this sounds rude, and then, you know, the person, if you met a kind person, they would say, no, it's not rude. I understand. I just really need some help right now. It's like, how about this? I'll do it this time, but I can't do it next time, right? That is kind people talking to each other. Nice people never ask because anything they possibly do might be construed as being rude. Because you know you can do it, that doesn't mean you want to do it. Kindness. Like, I want to, for example, you walk in the streets, you want to give people money, right? Like, they don't have money, so you want to give them money. There's kindness in it. Being nice is you give the money. You don't think about whether it's nice or not. You give the money because you can. So this is a disposition, in my opinion. It could be an advantage or a disadvantage. Long story short, I thought my life was very lucky. I got very lucky in life. I don't think nice people, like truly nice people, succeed in life. That's what I mean by I was lucky. Because in my opinion, I truly do believe nice people finish last. If they finish at all. Kind people is the balance. It's the balance of being two things. Kindness is a balance. Niceness is a yes or no. So when I was a kid, I was naive. If I kept being nice, it gets what I want. It generally never did. Being kind got me things that allowed me to stay consistent. I learned to ask for things. I learned to ask for people to contribute to a project. I asked for things in return for service of equivalence, right? And that's probably the longest I'll go with that. Hello there, Sing Sing. Hello, hello, hello. Anyways, that's where we're gonna cut that off because we gotta get back into our lessons for today. I haven't done my Wanikani thing. Fine. Yeah. I don't know if any of that is useful, Churn. I actually think you'll probably find your way of managing. I like sharing my life stories because I don't think there's a great answer. If someone tells you there's a great answer, I would be a little skeptical. I think these types of life decisions require hearing lots of people's choices, the choices that they made, what became of it, and it allows the younger person to have time to process how they're going to go about it. I think when I was your age, I did exactly what you did. But I didn't the feelings were different, but the actions were very similar. I did everything. I always did everything. And I've convinced myself that since I'm doing all the work, I will benefit from it in the future. Whether or not I could have benefited more from it, that was not my concern. So I pick up whatever I can do. If someone can trust me, I'll do it. And if I fail, which I didn't, luckily, that's how I got lucky. I didn't explode and implode from all the stress early in life. That was part of the luck factor. So if you're about to, like, you know, in a very serious note, if you feel like your mental health is taking a really big nosedive and you need support and help, it would be very advisable to either surround yourself or to identify kind people or seek a professional. A professional is obligated to help you with these things, right? And if you're super lucky, you might bump into a very nice person, and that person will help you unconditionally. But generally speaking, niceness is what I think you're trying to illustrate here, where you know you're clearly being used, but you think it's rude not to raise the issue in the first place. That is an act of niceness. It's not an act of kindness. You, in a really warped sense of way, if you can look at it, is it's not kind to keep discontent from someone. Like if you're in a relationship with someone and you bottle it all up, but you can choose to bottle it all up if you can handle it. Like if you're a stoic person, right? Like the classical traditional Asian male prior to the internet. If you're stoic and you can handle all that, that is being a nice person. But if you're not able to handle it, it is not kind to implode without ever expressing it to the person you're in a relationship with. So this could be friends, family. An act of kindness is sharing the burden, sharing and being able to be trusting mutually. So in a way, it's not even rude. It's an act of kindness. If you're a sinking ship and you know that you're sinking and you tell no one about it, it is potentially a disservice to the group as a whole or to your relationship. So you can kind of argue to yourself like it's your obligation to make sure that if you're doing all the work and you're sinking, then you have to make sure that you don't take people down with you, right? You can make it sound narcissistic like that, but it would still lead to the conclusion that it is not rude if you know you're not managing it. It's not happening. If you're going my route, which I already told you what happened when I was in my mid-20s or like late approaching my 30s, I basically burned out. I found a time when my ship sunk and I spend the rest of those years recuperating. And I think that happens far more often now with content creators. They get to a point where they spend like tens of years and then they are like, I'm stepping away, because that's how long they had. They kept going and eventually they find a time to say, I'm going to disappear now for some time. That's a choice you can make, right? So yes, you can continue to possibly continue to do what you're doing, but you can find a different way to look at it. I thought it was rude to say I can't do something when I was younger. When someone asks me, they trust me to do it. I don't care if they were taking advantage of me or not. The idea is when I am useful, it felt great. That's, in my opinion, what niceness, true niceness is like, where being useful felt so much better than anything else. So when I was younger, whenever someone asked me to do something, I do it because it makes me feel really, really good. I still know that asking for something in return is rude and it's kind of negative, but it pales in comparison to doing something. So up to that moment, whenever someone asks me for any little thing, I like go at it. Now, there is a thing that regulates how many times I get asked. I don't stick out very well. So nice people don't stick out very well because they don't typically get credit for what they do. They work in the background, right? Cue the logistics and the HR person or something like that, right? Now, the thing is, the nice thing about not getting credit is you can last a lot longer when not everyone knows that they can come to you for everything. So yes, I've met a bunch of these people online before. They are in their 30s, they're in their 40s, and they talk about how like, yeah, you know, I'm the go-to guy. And if they mention, the first thing they say about go-to is like, it's good to be the go-to guy, but also I'm slowly dying inside because I'm juggling way too much things. Then you probably have met and talked to a nice person, because the reality is those people either burned out before or are going to burn out because they don't ever ask for anything in return. They rarely do. And they usually don't ask for anything in return because it's great to be useful. That's how people take advantage of you, right? And I got very lucky. In my opinion, I was lucky enough that the time that I burned out, the times that I failed, the people that were around me, they were kind. They were helpful. They helped me when they clearly saw me struggling. You can't be lucky with kind people if they never know you're struggling. So that's where that whole thing about nice people, they never ask for help either. They rarely do, and they genuinely are not the people that you might think. And I often voice this idiom. Successful people are kind people. Successful people are not nice people. Nice people don't finish anywhere because they never ask for help, and they always run themselves into the ground because they have an unconditional, unbalanced lifestyle of constantly giving and never receiving. So, yes, it's a very tough decision, but I think it's really worth keeping in mind. Being kind looks different. Being kind is being able to express, share when something's not happening according to plan, and then kindness is reflected in people in both ways. Niceness is rarely ever. So you can ask yourself if you're a nice person or a kind person. I think nowadays I would say I'm relatively a kind person behind the stream. I am a nice person when I'm streaming. So the stuff that I'm saying now, the stuff that I'm doing, I'm trying to be nice. I'm genuinely nice when I'm in public because I get to choose when to be nice, right? Like if I'm not on stream, people won't ask me questions. They won't ask me to do things, or there's less chance of asking me to do things. The stuff that I stream and publish, it's an act of niceness because anyone can use it. It's fair use. The way to manage niceness is to limit the opportunities that will overwhelm you. So whenever I go on stream, this is an act of niceness, and I know that because I prepare myself for it. So I don't expect anything in return. If someone says, "Hey, can I just use whatever you wrote for free?" It's like, yeah, it's an act of niceness. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. If I'm studying and then someone wants to talk for 6 hours, like, yeah, let's do it. My study is secondary. The things that I need to do are secondary to this because I'm being nice publicly. That's kind of like, it's very much like a Chinese culture and Japanese culture thing. When you're in public, you do everything possible. You never expect things in return. You're behaving properly and you'll always do to the best of your ability. In reality, this is balanced by times you can be kind to other people. You are kind to your friends, your family. You exchange kindness because your friends are kind to you. So when you help them, they help you because they look out for each other. Reliability is mutually kind. And that's what I like to say about professionalism. If you think your friends are coworkers and colleagues and you're working professionally, niceness doesn't go a long way. Niceness is something you choose to give. Generally, you do business transactions. So some people, like when they're on stream, they can sound like businessmen. Like, oh, hey, if you do this, you give me a sponsor, right? That's transactional. I think that's what professionalism is. And if you're a nice person in public, that's philanthropy. It's generosity. It's charity. So you never expect something in return, or you're trying to do it because you don't expect things in return. If it does happen in return, you got lucky. And that's how I treat my non-professional niceness. I never do any of this. Like, I rarely ever even think about who could use this, who could use my words against me, or who can attack me for every little thing. I do this because all I can tell you is I'm trying to be as nice as possible. If I'm a professional, I would probably sound very different. I would say things and say, oh, hey, don't forget to like and subscribe, because any type of like and subscription and viewership will help promote and sponsor and support the funding of my future projects. Here are my future projects, right? That is professionalism. And then there's kindness. Kindness is when someone says like, hey, I've noticed, I noticed that you always talk to me about your problems, and then suddenly you just stop talking about your problems. Is everything okay? Are you feeling better? That's kindness. People don't expect things if you don't do them, right? It's a disservice to keep information away if it will hurt them in the long run. And kindness also doesn't always have to sound nice, right? When you're kind, you can say like, hey, I just realized you're using Duolingo. You do know that in like another year, you're going to regret it. And you're going to regret it like me, because Duolingo doesn't help you learn any language. It's like, sorry, I'm just trying to be kind. That's kindness. It can sound rude. It can sound not rude. It's very subjective because it involves active communication between two people. So some people are like, oh, you're right, I should drop Duolingo right now because I feel the same way. Kindness is being received in both ends. For me, I thought it was rude, but I'm not saying that the person isn't kind, or like coming up to me when I'm using Duolingo and saying like Duolingo is garbage. I could kind of see that there is some kindness behind it. They're trying to prevent me from repeating their mistakes. So yes, it can come off as rude. That doesn't mean they're not kind. So most of the time I say like, oh, I can understand that your intent is one of kindness. It does come off as rude and being a jerk, but it's both. So it's not the end of the world if like suddenly someone says, oh, that's kind of rude that you think you're doing all the work, but the idea is you share vulnerability. And here's my rebuttal to those who say Duolingo's garbage and you will regret it. Like, I'm sorry, I just started language learning. Thank you for your really direct act of kindness, right? I don't think Duolingo is garbage or useless right now, but I have decided that I'll take your warning as advice, right? As unsolicited advice, and I have decided that I'm going to choose to take on the consequences. Thanks for your warning, and I'll try to maybe not have that same feeling. But because of your warning, I might not regret using Duolingo. If I do so, I'll let you know, because your act of kindness has reminded me that you are right. So that's perfectly fine. Like, that's how I think about it. I mean, other people will say, you know, dude, you're using Duolingo, you must be an idiot. And that's fine too. I mean, for whatever reason, they wanted to care about expressing their opinions at me. But the idea is you get to choose then. In act of kindness, in situations of act of kindness, you get to choose to accept their kindness or reject their kindness. And you get to also choose to reciprocate the kindness. And then you'll know what the people around you are actually like. I feel that it is very tough when you're meeting the opposite of stuff, like a narcissist. You're not sure, right? And if you meet another nice person, you're not sure either, because nice people can implode. Like, they can keep saying yes, and then one day they just collapse, right? They collapse, and then then what is left for a kind person to feel but other than guilt, right? It's like, oh man, I didn't know that stuff. Or a narcissist would say like, serves you right, you didn't say anything, so that's not my problem, right? So all the other examples is like, yeah, that's one of the realities. And I think being kind is a good balance. It's a balance from being selfish and being selfless. True altruism is entirely selfless. It's being nice, but it leaves humans vulnerable. It constantly leads someone to be incredibly vulnerable, and when they can't start, like when they start deteriorating, that's when excuses come out that ultimately hurts the person. Like they would find reasons not to ask for help, not to remove all doubt and whatnot. And then being a narcissist is being selfish, right? But selfish all the time. So if you kind of like meet in the middle, a kind person knows when to be selfish, because if they truly are reliable, failing is going to hurt everyone. So expressing your concerns is a kindness to make sure that nothing fails. And then you're occasionally nice because when you're not going to fail and you're pretty confident that you're going to do it anyways, then you can be nice every once in a while. And I choose to do that. I choose to be nice when I'm on stream. And then I choose to be kind when I'm off stream. When I'm off stream, I would eat. I eat first. So when someone says, hey, can we VChat? Because I have this problem going, say, oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to go and eat right now because I really need to eat. That is saying no, but trying not to be rude. And you're hoping the person you're talking to is kind enough to understand that you haven't eaten, right? When I'm on stream, whoever I talk to has my entire intention. That's the whole point of being nice. So whether I get my stuff done or not, that's not the point, right? So it's never, or I try to make it sound like it's never about me if you're trying to be nice. It's about us when you're trying to be kind. It's about me if I'm trying to be selfish or a narcissist. So when you're looking and talking to someone, maybe like a streamer, or you're observing someone, if it's always I, me, my, you might be talking to someone who spends more time thinking about themselves. That's not a bad or a good thing. It's how they stay happy, right? And then if you're talking about a kind person, it's always we, us, let's work together. And if you're talking about a nice person, it's about how are you? What are you thinking? What are you doing today? And they rarely ever share anything about themselves. That's how I stayed invisible when I was younger. I was invisible. People don't know my interests. To this day, and I'm sure as an adult, most of my high school friends understood that I barely ever shared anything that I liked. And then in our adulthood, we're kind of exploring that. We're very different people, despite being friends, right? And I appreciate that they were fine with that. Or maybe they weren't curious enough because they had their own problems, right? Because when you're younger, you have to take care of yourself first, right? And it can feel like if you're a nice person, it can encroach upon being nice. But it is an act of kindness when you're sharing your opinions with each other. It's to help determine whether you have good friends, or like good friends in the sense of you have appropriate friends with each other, because you want your friends to be appropriate for you. So if you're acting nice and you're never sharing your thoughts, that's what happened. That's very similar. That's the very universal problem of being nice. No one ever notices you because you're nice. You're useful, but you rarely ever express anything. So they don't remember you. They don't give you things because you never ask for anything. And I got fairly lucky in my life because there were people who gave me things even though I said not to. Those are kind people. And that's getting lucky because I didn't ask for most of these things and they still gave me things, and that feels really good. I think streaming, for example, streaming from a non-professional standpoint and a non-kindness standpoint is rewarding for me because I can give. And then occasionally when someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I wanted to thank you because you exist, and I'm like, that's awesome, but you don't have to mention that ever. I'll let you know when I'm old enough, and I think I'm old enough and mature enough to tell you when I need help, right? Or when I need something in return. It's always welcome though. It's always welcome. And I watch a bunch of content creators that I truly believe are like that. I honestly believe people like John Green and Hank Green, more than 80% of their motivation is an act of niceness. It's an act of generosity. And the rest of the stuff is involving business. How do they raise money for charity? They have to act kindly. They have to know how to give something and then ask for something in return. Like when they made the Good Socks Club thing and the best coffee stuff, they know that, all right, well, you guys really like coffee. Let's make the best coffee you can, and in return, the money goes to charity. So they still are able to do this kind of thing. I don't, right? I obviously don't. But that's because I accept the consequences. When you're nice, no one notices you. You don't draw attention to yourself, ever. So if you want to get ahead and not fall behind, if you think you're falling behind and it's a very negative thing, and you're constantly worried about not doing enough and never expressing what's in return, that's probably the effect of niceness as opposed to the effect of being kind. I've talked about this with myself and with others probably the last 15 years. I would say the last 15 years because it started with psychology in college. Psychology 101. When I looked at, and when I was also taking sociology, I was looking at like population statistics and like behavioral patterns with what I identify as classical drawbacks of being a nice person versus kindness, like how that's being defined. So it goes back way, way back. So most of this like stuff that I'm talking about, I've been talking about it and negotiating and studying it for some time now. I practically lived it. So hopefully most of that, somewhere someone will find it very interesting and have that dialogue with themselves. Yeah. I would make a reference now, but it's a Star Trek reference. A good Star Trek reference would be, actually most of the captains in Star Trek is like this way. Well, is like this way at first. It's a Star Trek captain that believes that whenever something goes wrong, it is on him to take the responsibility. The captain always go down with their ship. But the thing is, the captain is doing something else too. They are also making sure everyone is safe. So, the act of niceness is that the captain always go down with the ship and he takes the responsibility, but he finds ways to rely on his crew while understanding that his crew trusts him to keep them safe. So, yes, in the end, a starship captain, for example, or a Star Trek captain would ultimately be more of a nice person than a kind person, but they learn to do both. Act of kindness is to know that you can trust your crew to have your back. But the ultimate faith
is the niceness that the captain offers underneath. So, yes, you do go down with your ship. But the idea is, if you know that the ship is going down, do you tell your crew members or do you not? Oftentimes, an act of kindness is to inform your crew members. An act of niceness is to keep them in ignorant bliss and go down the ship together. That's not how that usually turns out, right? So, probably my most nerdiest comment so far thus yet about Star Trek. I think there's a lot to be learned by looking at how leaders take responsibility for stuff and how they interact with their crew. And I think, in my humble opinion, I wouldn't if I ran a lab of my own, that's probably the dynamic I would want. I would want my peers to know that if they screw up, I'm going to be selfish about it. I will take the responsibility for their actions, because that is the niceness that is necessary for leadership. However, while that is the case, I expect that they do their jobs and do to the best of their ability, still with the idea that they know that I will take all the responsibility for anything that goes wrong. And that's like a dynamic that illustrates what it's like to try not to be all of one thing, right? Obviously, I didn't end up being a leader, but if I ever start a business, that's probably my business model. It's not that everyone else does this. A lot of times people just keep it business, strictly business, and that's perfectly fine too. Strictly business is a little bit the other direction. It's like 60% narcissistic and 40% kindness, right? Sometimes even higher than that, like 80-20. 80% narcissistic and 20% kindness. So you'll expect less kindness than greed, right? Anyways, all right, let's get back into this. Diddy Kong is in the basement of the house where he is resisting a finger. Okay. Who is trying to attack him and steal the coat of arms that is behind him on the wall. What was the shack and coat of arms? Like bottom. What was the mnemonic for bottom? Diddy Kong is in the basement of the house looking for his family's coat of arms. Okay, he finds a shack and rips off its top and starts digging through. At the bottom of the miniature shack on the ground. Where the heck is the ground? Oh, that ground. Oh. Oh, no, yeah, there's a ground here too. Is the coat of arms, okay. And now we have Diddy Kong is in the basement of the house where he is resisting a finger. Yeah, because the resist and finger are the new things. Who is trying to attack him and steal the coat of arms that's behind him on the wall. Each time the finger comes close, Diddy swats it away with his tail, successfully resisting his... that's okay. I think this is fine. The tail swiping away. Let's just I mean, it could be someone just grasping with their finger, right? They're trying to take it, and then Diddy Kong, right? Diddy also has his fingers on the coat of arms, and they're still resisting them from taking it, and then he just whacks them across the face with the tail, and we're good to go. The Kong. I don't have anything for Kong either. That might be also resist. Boycott. 抵制. control or system, resist control or system, boycott. 敌意. That's a lot of extra characters.
底折
Wise. We have Zhi. Zhi is the closest, I think. Wisdom. Oh, but it could be linked with like Fu or Lao. None of them look like this though. Has fingers and mouth. We gotta be careful of fingers and mouth. Oh, it is wisdom. I see. It's related to wisdom. So there's a chance this is like 折智 or 智者. 折智 and 智者 could be a thing. Having wisdom next to wise as the pairing. A philosopher. Maybe like 哲家 or 老者, or maybe like, I mean 哲人 might be okay too for a philosopher. I've been doing this exercise. This is like my new exercise that I like to do for Chinese. And that's whenever we get a new character, I look at like, okay, do I know anything that pairs up with it? And then you look at the examples and see if it pairs up and whatnot. Because it helps me construct ideas together. And when the ideas are constructed together, I can read sentences where I can like for real. I like nowadays when I'm reading Chinese, I read like half the letters. I read half the characters because it's already automatic what the other character is going to be, or like what the sometimes multiple characters or multiple lines. So that's why I'm doing this exercise. It's something that you don't do in Japanese, in my opinion. I don't do that in Japanese. It's rarely true in Japanese. But in Chinese, is what separates the two. And I really like it. Occasionally, you still do it in Japanese, but it's too much less frequency. And I really enjoy this part about Chinese. And it's not that I don't enjoy that part in Japanese. I actually, it's a pleasant surprise. The idea is I'm not disliking something because I'm enjoying something. This is cool. This is appreciating the Chinese language, in my opinion. I think getting into this mindset is like pretty intermediate friendly, in my opinion. If I had to say something that will become maybe like a milestone feeling when learning Chinese, is getting to the idea that whenever you see a character and you start reading a character, you also have this feeling that it's attached to like 5 or 6 other different characters. So every time you go like 这, you want to finish it with something. You're thinking about the rest of it, like what other characters could be in it. So that's what I've been doing the last, like, how long has it been? Since I would say the last 30 days. This is going to be the routine that I'm going to be describing in another 49 days. The new routine, one of the new thinking routines, and that it will be distinct from Wanikani because I don't think Japanese, it's not necessarily very prevalent in Japanese. In Chinese, it's like evolved into a thing now. So when you're reading, when I'm reading Chinese, I'm autofilling. And why is this important? In my opinion, there's a second reason that triggered me to do this. It's because of simplified characters. So I'm currently learning traditional, but today someone was like writing out a thread in traditional, in simplified Chinese, right? Like they wrote about they're doing a study log and they're completely writing in Chinese, or like in simplified, right? But if you're used to this technique or like the thing that I'm talking about that you're doing, usually one of the characters is traditional. and if not, most of them are traditional in a way. But whenever it hits simplified, you immediately still know the vocabulary. And what happens in my ear anyways is that I would know how to read it still out loud to myself. So like whenever I hear something like I don't know, 难过, right? 我非常难过, but I think there's a simplified character in there somewhere. I was thinking maybe 难过, but maybe like 后 whenever time is in, like 前, right? 前后, right? Or maybe 前面, but no, 面 is the same. So you go over the pairs, and whenever you hear things like 知 and it's slightly different, it's always paired up with something that is a form of basis. So that's unintentional. It was unintentional or unexpected hurdle that I had, and it turned into a routine that I do now. So that guy typed in entirely in simplified Chinese, and it was fine. Like nearly 90% of it was fine. And the person was using everything that's HSK 4 and lower. So I even knew where the stuff is. Eventually I'm going to go back and, practice simplified Chinese. But at the same time, it was really nice that understanding what problems, quote unquote, what issues could come up in the future. The thing that I'm doing is somewhat addressing that already. So it's like a proof of concept. And it's really nice. This morning or earlier today when I was reading, it was nice that it paid off. Or it shows that it does work. Right? And I don't think reading sentences and other things may necessarily address that, where you constantly interchange between simplified and traditional. So, and the reason why I've been doing that ever since is because I started with Duolingo Chinese, right? So, Duolingo Chinese was simplified. I don't want to stick with simplified. So, when I started HanziHero, I already started doing that. I already started thinking, what is this in simplified? And then, of course, we have Japanese as well, which you have to think about Japanese, either Japanese or simplified things. It's a mixed bag. It's simplified and Japanese modified, right? Anyways, James Bond is inside the electricity plant. For Wise. Locking off from his undercover work assignment, he sits near one of the generators and has his finger next to his mouth. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Thinking. He begins to have wise thoughts about how being an undercover agent here in the electricity plant, or anywhere for that matter, has no real higher purpose. He begins to have wise thoughts, the deeper structure of the universe. Suddenly, his boss comes up to him and hits him in the face with a hoe and tells him to get back to work or he will be fired. A wise idea. Alright, we're gonna change this up. Okay. Alright, so James Bond infiltrated the electricity plant, right? Electricity plant. It's inferred. Infiltrate. Add a wise thought. Actually, hold up. He was wise enough to equip himself to protect his fingers. Wise enough, rubber gloves, as well as a mask for his mouth, right? And he brought we're gonna say brought an axe / a hoe, but axes work. In case, he encounters resistance, right? So he's prepared. He was prepared for it. Like rubber gloves for the electricity, right? Rubber gloves for the electricity, and masks for like pollutants, like gas, like smoke pollutants, for a mouth, and then bought an axe for obvious reasons. Oh, it's not. It's share. Okay. Right. Philosophy, study. 哲学. And what is this? Oh, they use 家. Yep. 哲学家. Okay. For professional stuff. So I thought it might cut down to just 哲家, but makes sense. If philosophy is 哲学. And no casual stuff like 哲人 or 老哲, something like a little bit more casual. I mean, 老哲 sounds a little bit formal, but none of the like the truncated stuff. Fine.
哲
It's not that they don't exist. HanziHero adds like prototypic words. So if I look in their dictionary, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a mix of these characters, and you can actually add them in HanziHero. Actually, you can do that if you want. You can scavenge it, but we're not doing that yet. It's a little bit later. It's like next year stuff, next year projects. We won't worry about vocabulary, all the possible vocabulary, but it is very interesting to see if any of them are fine. Because I would love to start doing like the weird thing, the fun things that I do with English, which is you kind of mix and match words and things to be a little bit fun about it, right? Like some certain question may be interesting instead of a particular question, for example. And I like doing that. I think that gets me in the groove of the language, being able to construct, deconstruct, and go back and forth. So understanding how these characters interact with each other and how they're commonly paired and not commonly paired, and what is formally sounding and what's like casually sounding, without needing to really know what's real or false, wrong, or right, so to speak. It's kind of like having a vague idea of what you're going to build with your Legos, and then you start building the Legos, and then it turns out to be something that it isn't exactly what you imagined. It's kind of a little bit of both. I like that idea. With that said, I'm sure a lot of people are going to find like, but you have to learn it the right way, especially Japanese. I think whoever is learning Japanese are like, but this is what, but what happens when you have to correct? It's like, well, then we'll know both of them. It's not a negative thing for me, right? But it comes back around a lot. You're like, but you're gonna learn it incorrectly, but you can lead to dead ends, or you could be completely off the mark. It's like, isn't that fun? Finding out if you're completely off the mark later down the road. I can tell you it's probably going to be a lot easier to remember for myself personally if something like that occurs. It's not easy to remember when you're constantly trying to reach for perfection, and then that perfection is being dictated to you, in my opinion. I like personal hot take. If you think that you're learning things for perfection, and then you're learning things based on rigid, stringent memorization and imitation, it is very enjoyable and it's very memorable. Personally, I don't believe it for myself. It might work for you, but probably not for me. I know myself well enough to know that it's a combination of the two, right? You learn to create things, and then you learn how they compare to the things that have already been created. It goes back to my like digression earlier today about comparisons. I take what is offered, what other people spend a lot of time doing. I'm gonna take it one step further. One step further, right? I'm not learning to be only Japanese or Japanese sounding. I'm learning to be more than that, right? And sometimes it can never be exactly like that because it's different, right? I'm in English, Chinese, Japanese scholar, not a Japanese scholar, right? So that's kind of goes back to today's digression. And I will try to be as respectful as I can in the company of individuals who don't agree with that, right? It is the kindest I can be to the people. So when someone says that I must be as, I don't know, as non-foreign, as native as possible, I will try to be. That is the compromise that I make. But I do not desire to be. But I can be nice and kind to try to be. Right? Unfortunately, a lot of people find it rude sometimes, especially those people early on back in the day. When I first started learning Japanese, basically 2 years ago now, those people did not find it very kind that I reciprocate their act of kindness with an act of kindness by telling them like, well, yes, we got to start somewhere, but I disagree with you. This is how I'm going to go about it. Thank you for your warning. And the person's like, well, you only spent 10 days. I still remember the guy, by the way. You only chill out, dude. You've only spent 10 days learning Japanese. I'm just trying to be kind and tell you that you're screwing up and learning the wrong way. Thank you for your warning. And I will honor your act of kindness by preserving your memory and interaction with me. It's still there. Most of those interactions still exist in my mind. And I use them as examples every single day. Reminding myself, like, maybe they're right. So far, they're not. And don't know what else to tell them, right? The fact is, they were wrong, but it doesn't give me any pleasure. It was kind of nice to see if it was wrong or right, because I wouldn't have known if I didn't do it. Right. Let's see. Fuyan.
浮云
Fuying, not Fuyan. Fuying. Fuying. Floating coins. 牛声.
扭伤
Why do you sound so long on that? Sprain.
底
Pulling. Whack a tail. Okay. Missed. Okay. What? Oh. Kan. Okay. Let's think about this. Goes in. Da-na-na. Gloves. Mask. Okay.
折
Okay.
期刊
期刊. Oh, I can't spell periodical. Pitfall. 线. Okay, we got the mortar. Mortar is an exclusive traditional radical. Alright. Okay, Xena is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where there is a strange small hill or a mound. We're using mounds too, like just stacks. Stacks are hills too. Okay, so in the pawn shop, there's like a mound of. She goes up and finds a mortar at the top. She picks it up. That triggers a pitfall that opens up beneath her. She falls down onto a dagger and is at the bottom of the pitfall, killing her. What in the world is... Okay. Oh, but we had the pitfall. A trap. Huh. I got one better. And then we'll use trap instead, right? Xena is visiting. So Xena is visiting the pawn shop, right? But she's currently taking a bathroom break. Taking a bathroom break at a pawn shop. Where she was sorting through a hill of secondhand weapons. These secondhand weapons include a worn out dagger, a used mortar, and some pitfalls, some traps. And she's basically in the bathroom cleaning off some of the equipment. Right? Something like that. This is a little wild. I don't know. I think that's too elaborate. And it screams more bathroom than it screams more basement than bathroom. So I don't want to end up with that. 缺陷 lacking pitfall defect. It's interesting. Pitfall 陷 I can't see that. 陷阱 or 陷阱. Oh, it might be 陷阱 because it has well is 井. So there's a chance it's just 井. 陷阱. 陷入. Oh, to fall into. Yeah, that makes sense. Pitfall. To enter a pitfall. Fall down. To fall into.
线
Yeah. Let's think about this. Okay. Okay.
夺
To take by force. Big Turkey and Caliper. Dumbledore is inside the lobby of the office building. Sure. Okay. He's fighting with... Where he takes by force a big magical turkey that is there. He gets a big caliper and knocks out the turkey to take it by force. Recently I've been using caliper as measure, right? So we can probably switch this up. Big turkey takes by force to seize. Maybe we'll do something like Dumbledore is inside the office building, right? Inside the office building. And he was frustrated by the muggles. His co-worker muggles. It's kind of funny that's not a spelling error. Wait, how do you spell muggles? Is there double G? It's double G, so it wasn't marked as a spelling error. That's interesting. Dumbledore is inside the office building, you know, with his coworker. He's kind of like frustrated, a little bit frustrated, or maybe questioning. He's questioning, suspicious of his coworker muggles about handling the Thanksgiving turkey. A big Thanksgiving turkey. So instead, he about not handling, but about like measuring the big Thanksgiving turkey, right? Measuring and handling. Well, let's just say handling. I think we can make it about. So he seized the turkey by force using by picking up a caliper, a nearby caliper, which exists in office building, right? Office, like on someone's desk, and used this magic, right, to seize it. Okay, good enough. Duo, dazzling. Duo mu. Duo mu. Interesting. Take by to dazzle someone. I see. It's kind of like eye-catching. Instead of stealing someone's eyes, you're taking someone's sight by force to dazzle them. That's kind of interesting. Dochi. To take by force, yeah. Now to take by force by take by force. To plunder. Lure. Okay, so there's lue and nye. That's supposed to be like nye. That's probably nye. I haven't seen that combination yet. Nye duo. Interesting. We haven't gotten to the nye duo. Like, so far the only E that we've had is one. There's no final. So it's like li, ji. No, it's just I think it's just it's just ni. Sorry, this is the first ni that has a final. So nye duo. That's interesting. Duo kui. Got nothing. So many new words or
夺
new characters. I think seized by force is good enough. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. I think seized by force. Although seize is kind of redundant, seizing is by force, but we're just gonna add that, or whoops, for redundancy.
怒
No. Anger. Interesting. Naruto is in the bathroom of the house with his arms over his head trying to protect himself. A woman full of anger keeps on hitting him over the head with a folding stool. That's kind of on brand. This is because Naruto was hiding in the bathroom disguised as a heart ornament using his ninjutsu peeping on the woman, and she found out. She's very angry. I mean, that's fine. And you might as well just imagine it as Sakura or something, right? New. Old, young Naruto, not Hokage, not Hokage Naruto, because he's married. Hinata, right? Fa nu. Okay, to send out anger. Yeah. Anger. Ni chi makes sense. Anger, yep. That's good. Fun nu. Fun. Why does fun look so familiar? Proto, infirmary. It looks like something else we have, but not introduced yet. Roar. New hole. Okay, new hole.
怒
No. Oh, not ni. It's no. I forgot. There's no e in. Oh, it's no. Yes. So all of them are no. Fa no. And no chi. And fun no. And no hole. Right. I got into the li suddenly because of ji and shi. No. Like no li. Okay.
捐
Jen. To donate, as opposed to xian and Jen. Oh, I mean, if we had to guess, right? Contributing. Contributing. It could still be paired up with xian. So like Juan xian or xian juan. Oh, xian juan kind of sounds nice. Juan xian not so much. I think xian juan sounds kind of nice for donating. Julius Caesar is in front of the pawn shop where he is trying to raise money for his next conquest. Okay. A person came up and donates, pulls out and donates some change. Afterwards, a mouth donates a small moon that is just bought at the pawn shop. Julius wishes more customers would donate to his cause of reviving the Roman Empire. Okay. Oh, there's Xing Xing. Did you have breakfast? Did you wake up with some breakfast now? What'd you want to do? What was for breakfast, Xing Xing? Okay, let me rewrite this. So Julius is in front of the pawn shop. Asking the patrons, right? Asking the patrons for donations to his conquest, his next conquest. Asking with his mouth. And pawn shop patrons. Right, pawn shop patrons. Donation to his next conquest. Some of them, one patron reached with his fingers and donated, I don't know, donated something. Donated something they bought from the shop. Let's just say was generous and donated a priceless, a secondhand item shop. Okay. One bread with choco sprinkles and one bread with cheese and some cranberry juice. Whoa, that sounds That sounds delightfully varied. That sounds like a really like great, interesting mix of like sweet, tangy, even different textures too. Interesting. Do you like eat them separately or do you eat them somewhat like staggered together? Like, do you consume one and then consume the other and consume the other, or do you go like back and forth? Do you put them together, like slap them together? Interesting. Choco sprinkles. There's a slight bitterness if it's a particular choco sprinkles, and then you have tangy and a bit sour, acidic, a bit fatty, right? And then you have something sweet. Interesting. Finish one, then move on. Oh, I'm not familiar with that combination. Mostly choco sprinkles first, and then cheese. I see. I see. I like it. The contrast in flavors bring each other out. Like having something choco sprinkles and then something with cheese is the nice combination. And then the cranberry juice, tart. So you have like a great ensemble of flavors. You need both to be able to feel okay and not faint. Oh, I see. I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. This is going to be a very American thing to ask. What are your thoughts on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? Ching ching. when I'm thinking of faint, I'm thinking of like peanut butter and jelly. Chocolate sprinkles give you enough sugar to survive. Yeah, so that's why I was bringing up like peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter and jelly tends to be like a really hearty, and cheese is milk, so that's good dairy. Yeah. Got some potential probiotic, prebiotic and probiotic thing going on there. And cranberry is overall good. Yes. Cranberry juice is pretty delightful. Zhen. Yeah. Zhen Xian. Oh, wait, there it is. Zhen Xian. Oh, it went the other way. I thought Xian Juan would be sounds better, but it's Zhen Xian. Okay, fair enough. Zhen Quan makes sense. To solicit contribution. Mu Zhen. Do I know this Mu? Often and strength. No, I don't think so. I know a different Mu. I know curtain. The closest thing I can think of is curtain, which also deals with a coffin. You've never had what you said? Peanut butter and jelly? Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, when it comes to like macros and like sugar density and all that, Americana relies quite a lot on peanut butter and jelly. Oftentimes it's just peanut butter. Peanut butter on bread. You have like a great source of macros in it. You're not a fan of peanut butter? That's fair enough. Yeah, it's not for everyone, obviously. It's quite pungent too. I know Americans would be like, what? Peanut butter is pungent? I feel like peanut butter is like a kimchi when it comes to regional stuff. Like it can be very divisive because of it's in a different manner. Like for example, marshmallow cream is another thing. A fluffed marshmallow cream would be one of those things. Not a fan of cranberry, but you need it. Interesting. How about like grapefruit juice? I think oftentimes grapefruit juice complements like the taking in some sugar and dairy. Grapefruit is even further on the like the tartar and bitter side. I would say grapefruit juice tend to be in the same conversation as cranberry juice. Or like instead of grapefruit, maybe like a red orange or something. Which is still, I think it's still a grapefruit, but not sure how popular grapefruit is. Grapefruit is pretty big. There's also berries. Yeah, actually I'm not even sure how popular Australia is with berries, since berries is often the Americas, but blueberries. Yeah, blueberries. That's something. A bit of a powerhouse of a berry. You have no idea as well? I see. Like blueberries and raspberries. Their origins are in the Americas, but those things have become quite celebrated for their preventive health stuff. Especially blueberries. And they keep really well. Blueberries are quite wonderful, and it's consistent. Quite a lot of times the stuff that is made with blueberries fairly consistent, like a blueberry pastry stuff, you know, like a muffin or like a biscuit or a crisp that has like blueberries thrown in it. What type of bread do you eat? And what type of cheese? You're starting to try out more stuff since you moved here. Okay, back home you would never drink cranberry or eat lettuce, but now you don't mind. You don't eat lettuce back at home? Interesting. Like, are we talking about not even like iceberg lettuce? Actually, I'm not even sure what type of greens people eat nowadays. I would say probably the first one in a westernized sense is probably spinach. And as spinach is wonderful to blend with any type of like fruit juice. So spinach is a bit of a powerhouse. It does have a bitterness quality to it that might be not the greatest for someone who does not consume greens at first. I think the most non-offensive lettuce material would be something with high water content, and that's usually like a cabbage, like white cabbage. Yeah, like the things that come in those little bundles where you like break up cabbage. Intriguing. So what have you tried recently? I love hearing about people who have like the whole they still have their lives of exploring food. I love hearing people's responses and reactions because it's like the first time stuff, you know. First time stuff is so adventurous. Have you had a bami yet? Ching Ching? A bami sandwich? I know now that you've mentioned that you eat mostly plain food, I realized that when we were talking about food, I mentioned a lot. Oh, bami is so good. Oh, jeez Louise. What about a spring roll? And I'm talking about a Vietnamese like garden roll. Like, they usually have. I like the ones that use lemongrass, but you know they have a lot of greens in them. That's something you tried recently? Oh, okay. Yeah, bami's are fantastic. There's greens in bami sandwich. You probably had like garden greens at that point in a bami. And then spring rolls also have varying common greens in them. Yeah, I'm thinking of like food that has a nice balance of greens. Sometimes color is a wonderful thing. I don't know, do you find green appetizing? Like, do you find color appetizing? Oftentimes when people eat plain food, it's not necessarily guaranteed or assumed that their food is also colorful. More because that's, in my opinion, a lot more of a region dependent thing. And if someone is more on the plain side, it's not guaranteed that they would have colorful foods, because colorful foods tend to be more consistently throughout when the food is a little bit more extravagant, or like what I mean is a bit more mixture, right? It's one of those things, you can try everything but seafood. Allergies? You don't know what it is, but you just can't eat it. I see. Uh you there's probably in my opinion, it's probably nitrogen. It's probably the ammonia, things with nitrogenous things. That's where the seafood gets its I'm not sure if it's the fishiness. The fishiness is where the nitrogenous byproducts come from. It's far more sensitive, and in my opinion, the most classical thing is sensitivity to nitrogenous compounds in fish that causes people to like have an aversion to fish. Otherwise, fish allergies happen a lot, especially shellfish allergies. And when I mean a lot, I don't actually know the statistics. More like conversationally with the people I talk to. Tried multiple times in different places, and it's a no-go. I see. Do you have like a gag reflex? Sometimes people have very strong aversions, and even despite like heavy high qualities, their sensitivity is really high. And it's often characterized as fishiness. Which is very, very related to, or it could be the sliminess, but usually that's raw fish we're talking about and not cooked fish. Cooked fish doesn't have to be slimy. What kind of fish have you tried? Ting Ting. And being in Australia, I feel like fish is kind of a thing, no? I actually have no idea. The closest thing, I don't know if you watch this guy. I watch Andy Cooks or Andy Cooking or something, and he's like, for all intents and purposes, this is a joke by the way, he's pretty much the representative Australian cook. He represents all of Australia. Like, I'm joking, but in my mind, my highest exposure is Andy on YouTube. Obviously he prepares international dishes and all that stuff, like everywhere. Like I watched him prepare toffee pudding. I think that was the last thing I watched. I kind of watch cooking quite a lot. I don't get to do a lot of cooking, but whenever I have an opportunity, I would love to cook for someone who know that the food is about the effort and not the, like, what I mean is I would love to cook for someone who's willing to know that I haven't actually cooked, but I just enjoy the idea of cooking for someone. Your in-laws put shrimp in your food, and once you took a bite, you just couldn't eat anymore. Interesting. Yeah, so shrimp is related to shellfish. Yeah, if you can't hear me out, there is a tier to the fish game, and shrimp is on the bottom. So what I mean by that is, if shrimp triggers a aversion, there's really little hope for any other fish related thing. Shrimp is like one of the safe bets. When someone says like, hey, you've never tried seafood before, usually it's like shrimp. You would go with shrimp. So that's unfortunate. And yeah, especially in Vietnamese cooking, prongs are a very heavily incorporated seafood. Prongs, which are shrimps, or they look like shrimps, and they're all related, right? Most of them are related. But I guess no shrimps, huh? How about like clams? Things like that, because they're like around the same thing, like clams, scallops, mussels. My mouth is like I'm triggering a Pavlovian response while I'm talking about seafood. I'm sorry that seafood didn't work out for you, but yeah, seafood is obviously a basic diet. It's a staple in my family's house because of Asian culture. We always have fish with our greens and rice. So it's always at minimum some sort of, it's always trifecta and then eggs, right? So one serving of eggs or two eggs. Dinner is 2 eggs, 3 servings of greens. They're usually like romaine lettuce because that's most reasonable, accessible here in the United States. 3 servings of romaine lettuce cooked in various ways. 2 eggs, 2 fish fillets of whatever is seasonally available, and then 2 servings of white rice. That's my singular large meal pretty much every single day. When I go and social eat, it's anything goes. If we go to a buffet, I'm gonna be like a vacuum cleaner. But other than that, those are like maintenance stuff. Yeah. Pretty staple. When it comes to protein, when it comes to protein is seafood, as opposed to like chicken, cattle, poultry, and pork, like swine, right? Those are the others. And then a lot of times I'm hitting back like plant proteins. I usually plant proteins sit a little bit better for my aging GI. So I still hit that burger though. Don't get me wrong, we already talked about burgers. I will still hit that burger. And like my fried potatoes. Oh, give me fried potatoes anytime. Like tater tots. If there's a place that serves like tater tots on top of a hash, on top of like French fries, which is layered on top of like mashed potatoes, and I'm good. Like just serve me the fried potatoes. Like serve me potatoes in every way. When you grew up, you don't really eat seafood. Okay, that would check out. But since you got into a relationship with your fiance, you tried since you know how important it is in Vietnamese food. That's great, and I hope you find something that's great. Cause, dude, shrimp, prawns is like almost like a luxury in Vietnamese cooking. Like what I mean is, it's like the special thing. It's one of the special things that they incorporate. Potatoes are your favorite food for dinner. I brought up potatoes because I grew up in suburbia, United States, like in the suburbs, and potatoes is center. So whenever I have to relate to like a country bumpkin, I'm not saying you're a country bumpkin, but like a westernized, whenever someone says westernized plain food, and plain food doesn't mean unhealthy or not eventful. There's also like just plain food, like the natural food, like a like a piece of meat that is unadulterated, and like lettuce that's unadulterated. That's what I mean by plain food when people say it. And it's usually potatoes. Potatoes are universal. Like potatoes, they get you going. Like, so I typically revert back to talking about how potatoes are when it comes to people when they think of plain food. And it's delightful. Potatoes are awesome. I would love to hear what you think of curry. Especially Japanese curry. I imagine that's actually more popular over there than over here. Usually Indian curry is the other one. So We have what? Carrots, potatoes, usually beef, like probably large cuts of beef, and then they're stewed for a very long time. And you can buy pre-made curry blocks. You can make the curry blocks too. It's actually part of the process. So like if you make home curry, you can modify the ingredients yourself, but you still end up making those curry blocks. Chuck them in, and it is like a delightful gravy that can go on top of anything. Go on top of your syrup. You can even make more potatoes and put the curry on top. Usually curry has potatoes, carrots, and a protein, usually beef. I think that's pretty cool. I'm not sure if Vietnamese, what is the closest thing on a Vietnamese curry. If Vietnamese have a, oh yeah, they do. I forgot. It's it's like ta di or ta di ga or something. They do have one. It's I think they might have used coconut milk. It's kind of like a counterpart to Indian and Thai, yeah. That curries are really delightful for simple stuff. Like if you're leaping from starchy simple stuff, like unadulterated stuff, and you know, I think curry is a really good entry. You can do so much with. You think you had something similar to your in your country, but not Japanese curry? Yeah. Here in the United States, it's like pot roast. It's like a mix between like a dumpling soup and a roast, a pot roast. So you slow cook things. You put it in a crock pot and you put beef, potatoes, and stuff, and it just simmers for like 6 hours. So it gets slow cooked. Everything's really tender, and then you serve it with potatoes. So you have like mashed potatoes or something, and then you place it on that with your greens and whatnot. So each curry is probably, and usually they have different names. And I think their Vietnamese curry is kind of like a blend between Thai and Indian curry. And Japanese curry, I would say it's around there too. It's a little slightly more pungent. But all the stuff is it can be kept simple, right? Like, so if you prep it, a Japanese curry, you can omit the spice. Sometimes spice tolerance is one of the things that may be a little adjustment period. Like, you can acquire the taste for spice, but generally speaking, if I had to like pick someone who is very accustomed to eating very simple food, as in like food that is not heavily decorated in spice and stuff, you kind of want to lean into it. And I think curry is a very nice place to start. It's not like asking you to try kimchi or something. Actually, have you tried kimchi? Like Korean kimchi? I don't know what you think about that. Like fermented stuff. I'm not sure how popular Vietnamese cuisine is with fermented stuff. I guess there's like pickled cabbage and all those things, right? For Vietnamese. Usually when I think of Asian staples, like Asian area, oceanic area staples, usually fermented stuff is fermented and dry seafood related things tend to be a very big. Ooh, a floating noodle. Oh, floating noodle. Pea soup is not really a curry, but that is the closest. Ah, pea soup, yes. Exactly. It's kind of like a curry. Like you know, you have like your slightly gravy like, right? Slightly gravy consistency. It's like it's like mashed potatoes but thinner. If you thin out mashed potatoes, it's that curry consistency. Yeah. And then usually curries taste very beefy. It tastes beefy and starchy, and that's kind of very comforting. Obviously, You can also prepare. There's the opposite, which is coconut milk. Coconut milk, which often can cater to chicken, because in certain areas, right, beef, consuming of specific meat can be also culturally and religiously related. So there is also the complement that a great complement is the coconut milk based curries can have chicken and or seafood instead. But in the particular curry that I'm thinking of with potatoes, they're typically complemented with cattle, beef. So it's more on the burger side of things than the grilled cheese side of things. I don't know, not grilled cheese, grilled chicken side of things. What are you with spice? How are you with spice? I talk about food a lot, sorry. Kind of a topic you can rely on between people, you know, whenever you meet someone. Both simple or not simple. I can talk about simple things because there's an elegance to simple food as well, unadulterated food. Like you can kind of start leaning towards more like French cuisine and Italians, and there's things about the ingredients, right? And Japanese cooking elevates that. And then you can talk about Chinese cooking, and I think Chinese cooking is closer to like Thai, Vietnamese, Indonesian, where the availability of the ingredients is a luxury in most people who live in those regions. So it's often how they command spice. Spice, workarounds, ways to augment, or like ways to elevate the quality of the ingredient, like the taste of the ingredients as a compensation for their quality. And then you have other countries where when the ingredients are well, like accessible, the whole simple, plain, unadulterated stuff is a centerpiece. Like for example, Japanese sushi, right? And then you contrast it with like the American sushi, which you tend to try to compensate it for in other ways, spices, sauces, and whatnot. And in Chinese cooking, that's actually usually the case. I'm not Vietnamese is a little bit in between. And I think being where they are and geographically and whatnot. Yeah, Chinese is all about the pungent, like most normally far more pungent and spice heavy. And it's not to say it doesn't exist. My parents always make this comment like they used to operate restaurants. They no longer operate restaurants. Customers would always say things like, "Oh, this isn't real Chinese food. Can I have whatever you're eating? Like whatever you guys are eating in the back? Because we eat on our lunch breaks and stuff in the." And then my parents would say something like, "No, you're probably not gonna like this. It's not pungent enough, right?" Like because there are areas in Chinese cooking that they're not pungent in the same way that is like accustomed to the accustomed taste, right? And most of the time, like it's bitter melon with some salt and stir fried. I don't know if you ever had bitter melon, but it's called bitter melon. I'll let you guess what bitter melon is. So it's like Western Chinese food and Chinese food. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. That's what the usual word says. And since I live in the United States, it's Americanized Chinese food versus regional Chinese food. I call it regional Chinese food because my parents came from a region, but they're not in that region, right? And palates are very important to understand. I think that's what my parents, growing up with my parents operating a restaurant, that's the value that I always, that I tend to take, that perspective that I take when it comes to eating. it's not about the superiority or the traditionalism. It's largely about understanding your customer's palate, or the person you're talking to's palate, and adjusting to that palate while introducing how one can manipulate, use ingredients in order to elevate their enjoyment of food. So in a way, that's why I like the idea of cooking for someone, because that's a way to get to know someone. It's one way to get to know someone. It's through their stomach. I don't know if you've ever heard of that age-old idiom. One of the best ways to let's just say, oftentimes it deals with wives and husbands, but one of the best ways to get to know someone is through their stomach, because that's something that unifies all of us. So whenever it comes to like people talking about like the real Chinese food or fake Chinese food or immigration food or appropriated food and stuff, my upbringing, in my opinion, has often talked about is like, well, it's not about whether it's good or bad, it's about what's appropriate and what is welcoming. So some things that bring comfort to someone else does not bring comfort to another person, right? And then oftentimes when people say traditionalism, it brings nostalgia. It's like, well, you don't know what is traditional. Nostalgia is whatever the person finds traditional. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, this is authentic and traditional, that's why it's good, that's speaking from someone who's never left their country, in my opinion, my personal opinion, never left their country, or their mind and their mindset has never left their country or themselves. They don't typically are compassionate to other people in the same way. It's not that they're not kind people or they don't care about people. It's that their mindset is set in a way that wouldn't consider the idea that, for example, Dutch food. Oh, you're Dutch? Man, if only Gecko was here. Gecko is like on the... Yeah, Gecko is Belgian, and we talked about this quite quite a bit about food recently. I know Belgian and Dutch is not the, but he mentioned like French and Dutch because Belgian. And we talked about food quite a bit, but plain food, yeah, plain food is, it has this really beautifulness, and the complementary of eating plain food separately is an idea. How are you in mixed foods? Because that would be something that is interesting, that contrasts between the plain side of things and the like quote unquote the exotic side of things. There's, you like Dutch speaking Belgian people? Yeah, so as far as I know, he's multilingual. He said he's more on the French side of things, but yeah, Belgian is the closest. They are funny, Dutch speaking Belgian people. I'll have to ask him that. I don't actually know if he speaks Dutch or not. We met because we're both learning Japanese, but he also knows Spanish. Like, he's just multilingual. Southern Belgian, you see. I think that checks out. I think that checks out. I'll have to ask him whenever he can. It's been a very long time. That guy is like busy. Father of one? Maybe father of two? Sounds like he was a swell guy. Northern Belgians speak Dutch version. Interesting. I'll have to ask. Southern is French? I see. Intriguing. How is the Dutch lifestyle compared with the Australian lifestyle? I have no comparative resolution, like with lifestyle changes between like Euro related cultures. So it's very difficult for me to know how much of a shift, like how much of a lifestyle shift you're experiencing. The closest thing for me to relate to you is I spent 3 or 4 months in New Zealand when I was 21, around 20 to 21. I spent 3 or 4 months in New Zealand, and that wasn't too much of a lifestyle shift when it comes to where I have been in the United States. Honestly, the Netherlands compared to Melbourne is almost the same. Yeah, okay. That's I felt very similarly in the metropolitan area. In the metropolitan, like the westernized parts of New Zealand. And then we spent some time in the 3 or 4 months with like the Maori culture. So that stuff was really wonderfully like eclectic and cool to participate in and understand, but largely the day-to-day lifestyle didn't really change too much. If it was East Coast, then I would say huge difference. Oh, East Coast. Is Melbourne considered West? I do not know my geography in Australia. South. Okay. I see. Oh, I see. Oh, and then East Coast. Oh, Sydney is actually East Coast. Interesting. Yeah, below Sydney. I'm looking at the map now. There's a place called Perth. What is the West Coast like? This like Perth area or Perth? Oh, Brisbane. Okay, that's like east. Yeah, directly. That's interesting. What about Perth? The west, southwest. Australia is gigantic, man. Man, Australia is huge. It's so interesting how big Australia is. Like I'm looking at this map and I'm like, man, obviously a lot of it is uninhabited, like by humans, but at the same time, the landmass is so big. All they got is desert around them. Oh, they are very isolated. I see. Kind of neat. I haven't ever been to Australia. One of my classmates went to Australia when they were in New Zealand. They thought it was nice. They went to Melbourne. You ever been to I imagine your in-laws, I guess you've been to Vietnam? East Coast is very humid, like you are living in the jungle. Ah, intriguing. What is the weather like where you live in the south? I imagine you're in the south. It's just normal, like temperate. So you have like 4 seasons. You're okay. Interesting. Kind of makes you think about it, huh? Oh, you have no seasons. Oh, you're just like normal all the time. Like you only have summer and winter. Okay. Yeah, right now where I live. Oh, yeah. No spring or fall. Yeah, right now where I live is your whenever you think about your classical representation, like if you're watching videos online or movies and stuff, and you always see like the really stereotypical seasons, you know, like fall, all the leaves are changing and all that stuff. I live in the altitude that has that. So fall comes exactly where you would think fall happens, where spring and winter. So we're like two months away from potentially the first snowfall, and So that is quote unquote the normal thing here, whereas yeah, the 4 seasons. And I live in a valley, so we're in a valley between mountains. This is interesting. A lot of times people talk about like inclement weather and floods and stuff. I think the closest thing here is probably flooding from raining. Summer here is when the temperature goes up quickly. I see. Everything is very kind of like gradual where I live. Things happen very gradually. When it's sharp, that's when it makes the news. You know, like, oh, today is like today's like 25, right? Degrees Celsius, and then suddenly tomorrow's 37, it would make the news. Or like, not 37 is kind of high. Well, yeah, like if it goes from like 20, that's a little bit extreme. Like 25 to like 30 degrees, it would make the news. Usually it's really gradual. Winter is when it's freezing cold, but it won't freeze, but that's mostly because of the ocean. Oh. So it feels like winter, it feels like cold, but it doesn't look like cold. Have it ever snowed there, wherever you are? Have you seen snow? I imagine when you were back in Europe, there was snow, but oh, so it's okay. I don't know how often it snows in Australia. I don't even know if there are places in Australia that snows or not. The world is so big. Snow is non-existent here. Okay. It's kind of funny you mentioned that because I know a couple people who from the United States who recently experienced their first snow, and I'm like, yep. That's kind of, maybe only the high mountains, but other than that, that's not it. Okay. So Australia has snow-capped mountains. I don't know what mountain ranges Australia has. I imagine they do because of where they are, respect the fault lines. Yeah. Yep. Especially the Australian Alps, apparently. Have you ever gone hiking? Or like, have you ever gone like, not mountain climbing, but like hiking mountain climbing? So not like the mountain climbing, but climbing a mountain, like going up a mountain. All right, so let's okay. Keep going here just in case.
娟俊
Jing, I have to. Oh yeah, we should complete this before 2. Okay. Jing, fungus. Jing. 1,500 meters up, and that's where you get snow. Ah, okay. It's pretty high. That's pretty high. Jing. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the infirmary where the doctors are treating the fungus that has infected his mouth. Okay. In fact, the fungus has made it so that flowers stick out of Caesar's mouth. That's kind of gross. The doctors take a grain stalk, soak it with some water from the sink, and stick it in his mouth as a cure. Bacteria. Fungus and bacteria are the same ascribed to this. I guess it's probably dependent on the second character. Fungus. And then he got a fungal infection in his mouth. And maybe like they grind a mixture of different flowers, botanicals, and grains to apply to his mouth. That's perfectly Jing. Si Jing. Bin, or small fungus, which is bacteria. And then Zheng Jing, true fungus. Okay, I can kind of see that. Most well-known place is Falls Creek, which is 1,600 meters high. I see. Have you visited Falls Creek?
俊
No? Not yet? Or no aspirations to? What are we talking about here? Not yet? Nice. Look forward to hearing if we go exploring.
县
I'm pretty terrible. I'm a homebody. So when someone asks like, have you been here? It's like, you know, when I say the United States is a very large place, I'm saying it and acknowledging it, but I don't have a lot of experience being around the United States. Like, I'm not even close to being a person who can make comment on what's in the United States. So, but I can tell you about 4 or 5 places that I have been to. It's a 5.5-hour drive without any stops. I see. Safe drive, right? I don't actually even know what it's like to get driven in Australia. In New Zealand, I imagine it might have a similar experience as North Island in New Zealand, but I'm still not quite sure. Like in the United States, there are still places where you would drive for 5 hours and you would see nothing. Like what I mean is, you wouldn't have a place to stop over. You would be in the mountains somewhere, and if your car poops out, hopefully there's like an emergency like car or something there. Usually service is not that great either, like cell service. So I still commute in across places where it's completely remote. So it takes 2 hours to get to the other side of Melbourne. Oh, that's quite large. 2-hour drive. Victoria is bigger than the Netherlands. I can imagine. Yeah, the state I live in is larger than most European countries. Actually. So it's one of those things. And then the city, right? I'm from my childhood. I'm from New York City. So if we're comparing cities, it's kind of dwarfing as well. It's a bit dwarfing. I like small cities, by the way. I grew up, a third of my life was in a small city. Like, not quite, like, not even half of the size of New York City, or even third, but it's bigger than your suburbs and your remote areas. So I kind of like the charm of smaller cities. Cities that have greenery still as part of their identity, for example. I remember this interesting thing where when someone said they were visiting, I forgot which country, but a lot of their cities have like 0 greenery. You know, like European countries, right? There are European cities where you walk there and everything is paved over, right? And I often thought to myself, man, I just realized, I wonder how many cities I've been to that has no greenery whatsoever. It would be an interesting experience. And then I started thinking, you can kind of think of certain areas in a lot of places without any greenery. I'm not used to that very often. Usually, most of the cities that I've been in, there's like a central like park, and then trees and stuff are kind of part of the architecture of the cities. I was watching this person like going through a tour of, I think she might have been in Italy somewhere, or something like that, or maybe Spain. I'm terrible with geography where they're like visiting, because the shorts are too short. You got a zoo in the city? Oh, well, that's I would expect nonetheless in Australia. That's awesome to have a zoo in the city. Or maybe even like a sanctuary, like an observable sanctuary. And I can imagine you of all people would know that there might be a zoo in the city, being, you know, your caretaker background that you mentioned, the animal caretaking background. Back home, you would be in Denmark if you drove for 5 hours. I see. Neat. What type of zoo animal would you visit? Like, like, give me the lowdown on the animals in the zoo. While I try to sing. Took a mound, purchased a mound. What's this? Oh, it's pitfalls and traps. Oh, I might have to change that. Not that memorable, what I have. Whoops, that's dual. Lions? Ah, lions for sure, huh? Big cats person.
Mu.
Finger. How did the moon thing work? Oh, I forgot to incorporate the moon in this. Pretty sure it's
Juan.
in. I've got to incorporate the moon. Probably like a moon-shaped secondhand item. In Australia, you love to see koalas, wallaby, kangaroo, emu. Oh, the cassowaries. Cassowaries are scary though. I don't know what the last thing is. Quokka? Oh my! I've seen them before, but the default Google image is absolutely adorable. What in the world are you cuties? Interesting. The default image is cute. What the... Oh, that's really cute. And then let me see, wallaby. Oh, okay. I wouldn't be on first glance I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between a wallaby and a kangaroo. Yeah, it's a small kangaroo. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between a regular like a kangaroo and a wallaby.
Jun. Duo.
You can see it. I know. I'm talking about like at first glance. Like, you know, if I was presented a kangaroo and then I was presented a small kangaroo, like from an image online, wouldn't be able to tell you. It's kind of like if you present someone with like, you still can. Like I just looked at a wallaby and I would just call it a kangaroo, if you know what I mean. Like we're talking about like not side by side, just if you clicked on it. Wallaby isn't masculine. What do you mean? Wallaby isn't masculine.
You mean like muscular and stuff? Like I understand what you mean. Like I would be able to tell if I'm comparing a wallaby with a kangaroo. But you have to understand, like if I showed you, it's kind of like showing you, if I showed you one tree and then it's taken away and I show you another tree, there will be obvious differences if you compare the two, but that's what I'm saying. Like you can probably see it if you're paying attention to it. It was a figure of speech. Figure of speech is what I think. I probably can tell. I mean, usually most people can tell when they're comparing the stuff. You know, like the difference between a raven and a crow. Raven and crow. You can probably tell the difference. The entire build of them is different. I understand that. Do you like, for example, a raven and crow? The entire build of them is different too. Yeah, raven and crows are not the same thing. That's kind of, but it's fine. Like, it's obvious to someone who's obviously comparing them. I get it. And I will retract and say that I probably can tell the difference if I was paying attention. But you think it's just your animal background that's so easy for you to see differences? In animals. Okay. So you're suggesting you can't tell the difference readily in other things? I'm pretty sure you can. Like, what I mean is non-animal things. I feel like that comment's more like practice. Practice. And my comment was about practice. I don't know what a kangaroo looks like. Like, you're saying it's easy to differentiate between a kangaroo and a wallaby. But if I don't typically look at kangaroos, there's nothing to compare it to. Right? So since you have an animal background, maybe you can distinguish between them. But there's a way, like, for example, I can tell the difference between a red blood cell a red blood cell and a white blood cell. I'm not sure if you, but to say this is crazy because a red blood cell looks nothing like a white blood cell, and I'm not talking about the color. Usually when you see cells, it's actually black and white because it's under a microscope. The whole coloring of the red is dealing with blood, but in actual red blood cell, when you see the resolution of red blood cell, right? Someone once told me that they can tell the difference between pine trees, and I'm not, you know, that's what I'm more referring to. A pine tree is still a pine tree to me. Yeah, there are different pines. My tourist guide, like the wilderness guide. So those people are very well versed in, what do you call them when you are interested in trees? Arbitrary? No, it's something like arbol something. Arbalist? Something like that. I'm making up words now. Oh, well, it's whatever those people who they classify trees because trees can be helpful in trails. I wouldn't be able to tell you between arborists. Oh, it might be arborists. Yes, arborists. I wouldn't be able to tell you if two pine trees are different. Are there more than just kangaroos and wallabies, or are all kangaroos kangaroos and all wallabies wallabies? Are there any like subspecies of kangaroos and wallabies? Is there a Kango wallaby? I see. There is a difference. So there are subspecies of kangaroos and whatnot. What? Oh man, I was pretty confident with that one. I gotta think about it. Fine.
献血、
献血可以拯救生命。
艳丽、
她穿着艳丽的衣服。
It's kind of gorgeous. Probably gorgeous. That's probably gorgeous.
曾经、
我曾经在美国住过3年。
Eastern gray, red, antelope, antelopine, western gray, and tree are some examples I see.
哈哈、
哈哈，你很幽默。
Okay.
意义、
他的话有深刻的意义。
意义. Justice, righteousness, an idea? Hmm. Wait. I thought about that, not in the right mind there. Really? Huh.
指、
Dang it. Oh no. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is... Wait, ceremony and... It's, oh. What I'm thinking about does not make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. 明天的天气 forecast 是晴天 is sunny. Ceremony Mason Page. Something makes me want to say something like, nope. Come back to it.
蓝领
他从事蓝领工作已经10年了。
Oops. The most interesting kangaroo is the tree one, since they actually can jump on trees. How does that work? How do they get on a tree? They barely look like kangaroos. Oh, okay. I see. I'm just imagining like your stereotypical kangaroo that I have in my image, and they're just like straight up just leaping from tree to tree. Oh, that's funny. Oh, righteous idea. Rolls. 他的话有 like logic, morally good. How do you that's definitely G. I thought it was like
继而
G.
他听完我的解释，继而表示同意。
And so, okay. And then they are interesting beings. I can imagine. I'll have to look into some tree kangaroos for some enrichment. Deep. Yeah. Significance, meaning, yeah, I was like, I don't understand where we're going with this. So it's not what I think it is. You didn't fly. I thought it was Lee. Oh no, it's not. That's not, that's still not what I think it is.
合成
这些颜色可以合成新的颜色。
Could combine and change. Form, compose. That's fine. Compose is fine. Like combine together to make a new one. Or to be composed of it is great. Our less wordy way of saying that. I thought this was either favor, which it wasn't. Oh, no, wait. Oh, what I think.
尾消
That was bad. Okay. Oh no. I swapped up the component and now this might be a little problematic. Hold up.这种药物可以 cure this is 疗 something 疗感冒 and can cure or heal coughing. It's probably system doing 治疗
治疗
这种药物可以治疗感冒。
treat or heal. Starve. Thank you for typing the answer. That kind of defeats the purpose of studying, but if you want to participate along, you can type it to yourself, and that's very useful, right? Thank you for volunteering. Just to clarify stuff. Not being told what the right answer is would kind of defeat the purpose of studying. So fit to change. Oh yeah, right. 因为
因为
因为火车太慢了。
Willow. Did I type Willow just now? Willow. I think this was a barrel.
洗
Okay. No worries. I just wanted to just thought I'd tell you in advance because I'll be talking to myself quite often, like brainstorming what it is. It is a very tempting situation, but it would be interesting to hear, you know, how you would go about thinking about these things. That is something that would probably be unique from myself, right? So feel free to share your stories about your Chinese learning, or whether you speak English or Japanese, something like that. That'll be very interesting. Other than that, I will probably be self-talking a lot during these sessions. How I go through all the characters.
主办
公司主办的活动，
公司主办的活动，主办 training course, master on explanation, instructions. Or is it like headquarters? On Chinese your mother tongue, that's why. 你可以 that's fine. 你也被听福州话吗？我的父母是福州人。现在我学习读的中文，我不可以读中文，但是我可以听听中文，我的父母是福州人，so I usually speak Fujianese. So 我買呢擺福州話，呢擺你福州內嗎？Since you say Chinese is your mother tongue, it doesn't really tell me anything. Like, what part of China is your mother tongue? I understand that Mandarin is a common language as well, but I'm kind of curious. When you say Chinese is your mother tongue, do you also speak a dialect? And you do type English, so that's interesting too. That's very uncommon as well. The way you type in English is a little bit uncommon for someone who has a Chinese mother tongue. Wow, cool. You're from Fujian as well? 1 hour away from... I've met my first person. Hey. So, 你要白我讲, you know, I kid you not. Every time when someone says Chinese is their mother tongue, I ask if they are Fujian or not. You are the first Fujianese person. And you say Fujian language. We don't say Fujian language here in the United States because Fujian, typically when people outside of China say Fujian, they think of Hokkien, which is still part of the Fujian area. So it's still in Fujian province. So outside in the United States, Fuzhou is to... I say Fuzhou because most people think I'm referring to Hokkien. Or like a Min. So, and I understand. So you guys say Fujing in that area. That's interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Yeah. Like, how do you tell the difference? What do you say Hokkien? How do you refer to Hokkien? You just use Hokkien? Like this one. I do say Fujing too. Yeah, I do say Fujing too, but I kind of don't say it too often anymore because it's easier to explain something. Yeah, because we have what? Southern Min, right? Because we have Southern Min, which is Hokkien. Right, Hokkien, and then we have Eastern, right? Eastern Min, which is Fuzhou. And I've met more people who are familiar with Southern Hokkien than Fuzhou. And in the United States, I'm not sure if you know, have you been to New York City before? I'm so curious now. I don't think I'm gonna get anything done. If you've been to New York City, the vast majority of people are Eastern, so they're Fuzhou, as opposed to Hokkien. So no one in the United States, people don't say they're Hokkien people, they're Fujianese. So Fujianese is the term that has been used now. Some people do say they're Fujian. They're from the Fujian province here. But Hujiu is the term in the United States. So I'm American, so I'm second generation. My parents are Fujianese. And growing up, Hujiu is where I got Fujianese from. And Fujian doesn't come out as the same as Fuzhou. So in English, when you hear Fujian, you hear Fujian this way. So you hear these two groups. So Fujian is the entire group. And then Fuzhou is the people that have this dialect. Yeah. That's so neat. Oh, nearby, Fuzhou is the province capital of Fujian. Yep, exactly. Yeah, I know quite a lot about Fuzhou. Nearby, 你可以写的中文用汉字写的福州吗？well, I don't actually know how, if Fuzhou is written, if Fujian is written at all. Oh, no. I mean, the language. Like, to No. Sorry. Not the characters. Not like we're talking about 你那讲话你讲你话压力等于你要写你那写福州话你个普通话没等于你啊你讲话个声音拼音中文没等于你啊没等于你中文写中文写中文写中文呢yeah for example用sai cái nó mẹ nói như này你那讲话你那选写手机不知话你种写手机 I've never asked this before and my parents don't really they basically just say you use the same characters but I don't actually know how like these things translate to Fuzhou because how do you accommodate the extra tones, right? How do you accommodate 3 extra tones? Like where do the other tones come from when you're studying? I've always wondered this. Not that I know if it's even taught or anything like that. I always wanted to know. I don't know how comfortable you are with English. English is my common language. Does Fujian language have pinyin? I don't know that. I don't know either. They don't. As far as I know. So, to me, Fujian is not written. So I'm asking you, I'm curious, I'm asking you, is it written? Do you write out? And I'm not talking about 我你講拼音啊，我講中文，在中文啊，都寫福州話。Do they teach that? Like, do they use Hanzi to write Fujian? Oh no, you don't. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I've always wondered. Ngồi đi mami gọi papa ấy na tu nhà tu có xia nó tụi sai普通话tụi sai中文tụi sai中文Hanzi right they haven't every time I go to ask like so then how do you write Fujian? And they're like, you just use the same characters. And I'm like, how do you use the same characters for different sounds? Okay, well, that's fair enough. I'm telling you, you are the first one that I've ever met that's not in the United States. I haven't ever met another person from Fujian. That usually it would be like maybe Shanghainese and maybe something further to the west or Hong Kong. And then we start talking about Cantonese. And then most of the people are Malaysia, right? Malaysian and outside. It's so neat. You think some phrases in Fujian language can't be translated directly into Chinese? That's what I assumed. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Like sit. I don't know what sit is. So chur, right? Right, chur. That's terrible. Sorry, I'm using a mouse, but chur, right? Sit, not yet. The sit, sipong. Right, sipong. I don't know what sit is. yeah. Ni hao, ni siromoi, right? Ni siromoi. Like, ni hao, ni chura ma, like ni chura ma, right? Ni chifan la ma, right? I don't know like how you would represent that. You could just use chur, chur to represent it, but I don't know if that captures the sound of it. Kind of pretty cool. I don't know if you've ever visited the United States or talked to someone. I don't know how often you talk to like children of Chinese people outside, but in the United States where I'm from, most people are Fujian. When in the area where I grew up, the vast majority of people are Fujian, and there's specifically Fujian that speaks the Fuzhou dialect, as opposed to the Hokkien dialect. That's how I grew up. To identify yourself, most of the restaurants nowadays, the last big, like the 1970s and on, most of the restaurant owners and stuff, they are Fujian, and they are specifically Fuzhou. So I grew up oftentimes, whenever you're speaking Chinese, you start with Mandarin, 说中文, and then afterwards you ask if 你哪户籍內你哪户籍內就講普通話, right? Interesting, very interesting. I don't know how to read, so when I grew up I didn't learn Chinese. I didn't learn Mandarin. And right now I'm trying to learn how to read traditional. I mean, you probably can tell. So it's been... I'm not young anymore. Wow, it's confusing. Fujian dialect is different from Fuzhou dialect. Oh, it is? Wait, hold up. So, 我講你話 inay ni danguni. So, are you saying that you and I also have different dialects? 你主動咩我講你會聽到我講什麼講什麼話嗎? So, you can understand me, but the Fujian dialect that people are referring to is not the thing that we can understand, is what I'm trying to tell you, or what I'm trying to say outside of China. Like outside of China, when people say Fujian dialect is something different. Now you are saying Cantonese? No, I'm not really saying Cantonese. Ujiwa Gai Cantonese, the dialect that I speak is like Cantonese. So yeah, it has properties of Cantonese, but I don't know if it's the same dialect. I don't know what we're talking. To me, you're mixing Cantonese and Fuzhou dialect. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. Because I grew up with Cantonese, Mandarin, and Fujianese. So occasionally I probably add in some Cantonese endings and stuff. Yeah. And da bienu goi no. Da bienu I'm telling you, I have no idea where the Cantonese goes and where the Fuzhou goes. So, it's kind of like a mixed bag now. They don't teach this stuff, and my parents aren't teachers. So, I do what I can, and I speak. I typically speak whatever I'm saying with my parents. I don't use English. My parents are not English speakers. Yeah. So, 你要用你more knowing, yeah, 你more knowing 講你係 busy 嘛？你係擺 busy 嘛？ So I'm not even sure if all the English stuff, English phrases that are in my Fuzhou dialect is in mainland. So I might even use English words that are no longer just English words. Like in here, when someone's asking like, "Oh, 你几点有没有时间? Right? 你几点有没有时间? 你 busy 吗? And busy is English. So, but my parents say it in a way that is concordant with the Fuzhou dialect. So nowadays, the Fuzhou dialect, I don't know how much of it is like a mix of Cantonese and mix of English and whatnot. But those are like your normal phrases now. They're normal phrases. In what I heard my father say a different word recently. But wait, yeah, why not go Dino? Yeah, Dino go right? Dino. I don't know what a keyboard is like. Like in Fujianese, there are a lot of things I don't know because they're supposed to be new words, and my parents kind of replaced them with new words. Oh wait, can you tell me how you learned English since your parents are not English? I grew up in the United States. I'm American. So, 我而家只係3年，一個班啊，學校，間學校學學哩。I was in New York. I was born and raised in the United States. So I went to an English speaking school. We didn't learn Mandarin alongside English. So I didn't go to a 2-language school. I went to a single language school. And then I learned Spanish. Spanish was my first learned language. So most of the English comes from my schooling. Yeah, I didn't grow up in China, or my early life wasn't like growing up in China or anything like that. Yeah, I'm born in like 我是美国人我是美国人 and I had no time to study how to read Chinese, so that's what I'm doing here. It would be kind of I have no trouble listening to people. So when someone is like talking to me in Mandarin, it's okay. 我听到普通话，我说的普通话还没有没好 or not very good, you know. It's still in the works. Listening is what happens when you grow up in the United States. You have no problems listening, but you always respond with simple phrases, so you don't speak and converse. Yeah, some new words in Mandarin just keeps Mandarin and doesn't translate. Oh, okay, so it keeps in Mandarin and it just doesn't translate in Fujianese. So they say that are as Mandarin. Oh, I see. Fair enough. May I ask, what do you think of English? How do you think of English? Like, do you like English? Like, again, I can tell you now, there are far more people who use English that's outside of China, not in China. And then obviously you have your own places, you know, you have your own Chinese network that you're more interested in. Like, may I ask what makes you interested in Twitch, for example? Usually these are like very heavily Americanized. They're heavily westernized. So, I mean, I don't want to be too stereotypical the way I'm speaking, but in my experience, there's not a lot of Chinese, like mainland Chinese people who are interested in interacting with like English speakers, especially like even out here. Not a lot of people are excited about whether they bump into someone who still can speak a little bit. Like, you know, I'm American, so I've met internationals before at American University. And they usually are not that interested most of the time in interacting with like someone like me, where I am American born. I am an ABC, right? American born Chinese. So it's interesting that I would find. I'm very surprised, by the way, that I would bump into another Fujian, like a mainland Fujian person on Twitch of all places. You don't know, you grown up watching American movies, so naturally you're into English, you guess? Ah. May I ask, what generation are you? Like, what I mean is, I don't want to make it sound like age is very important to me because I grew up in a Chinese household. I'm almost 40, by the way. I'm 38 years old. You're born in 95? Oh, so we're like 8 years apart. We're 8 years apart. Almost a decade apart. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I'm 38. So 87. Interesting. So I'm guessing you also went to college and all that stuff? I went to college and above. So I have a PhD in molecular biology. So my background is lots of schooling. That's what made the English thing. That's why I speak a specific way every once in a while. And generally speaking, nowadays I don't really have to do much, so I spend my time trying to understand technically my mother tongue. I actually grew up, if I had to take a gamble, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Fuzhou, or like Fujian, are my first languages that I've heard through my entire life. And I use English outside of the house. So I speak English outside because I live in an area. My parents decided to raise me in an area that are 100% English speakers. Everyone around me speaks English. So when we come home, why go Hujiwa? Why not Kianoko Sai Ingung, right? That's pretty much the most of my life. So I've always wanted to read Mandarin. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. I know I'm reading traditional Chinese, but I started learning with simplified Chinese, and then we're gonna try to do both. But it's great to meet you, by the way. It's great to meet you. You dropped out of college, complicated history. Okay. Is it okay that you do that? Like, is that fine? Yeah, I'm glad to meet you. I haven't. It's so different. You're the first one. I'm telling you. I've been doing this for some time now. What I mean is, I talk about my heritage a lot. It's somewhat of an American stereotype for minorities. We talk about heritage a lot, like multiculturalism, and this is probably the first time you are the first time I've ever met outside. Like, I spent pretty much most of my life always curious whenever I bump into another Chinese person, if like both born elsewhere or international. I have not met another Fujian person yet. It's almost 10 years. I see. It's interesting. How is it there? May I ask, what do you do? I don't know if that's normal for people to ask. Usually in here, right, like since I'm American, usually some conversations would be, hey, what do you do? Like what the normal chit chat is. I could ask you how the weather is. 天气你的天气很好吗？ Sorry, I'm very limited. You work in a gallery. Oh, like for art? what is it? Yi Shu, right? Yi Shu or Shu Yi. Oh, okay. Interesting. Neat. I kind of want to ask you a bit of a more personal thing. Is that popular? Like, is that something that people do? Work in like gallery stuff. My parents obviously have always given me the impression that art, like art related things, are not very important, if you know what I mean. Like they're really secondary to the things other things. Actually, I didn't end up like I didn't end up becoming like a medical practitioner or anything like that. I ended up in academics, so I spent most of my time in education and teaching. That's usually like science related things. Learning another language, learning my mother tongue technically. My parents thought it wasn't important, like it's not necessary. So here I am, 38 years old, and I only started kind of really trying to learn and read 2 years ago. Right? We started about 2 years ago, right now. Not at all. It's a small industry. Okay, you basically know everyone. I see. Huh. May I ask, have you ever been outside of China? I haven't ever been to China, so this is a personal share. But I think when I was maybe 2 years old, like my grandparents lived in China. They lived in China, and that was way too young for me to recall. So I haven't ever been to China since. I think I was like 1 to 3 years old or something. My grandmother and grandfather were still around then. You haven't been outside China? No. Forward to thoughts. I see. No, looking forward to thoughts. I see. Interesting. Yeah, my mother is about to retire. There's like a retirement age in the United States. I don't know how familiar you are with the United States, but there's a usual year of retirement, and my mother is about to become a retired person, so we've always thought about like visiting China, right? At least obviously my parents always say the thing like it's not the same anymore, obviously, right? Because it's been a very long time. The China of 30 plus years ago is not the same China of 30 years now. My parents often talk about the stuff all the time, like what's changed and whatnot at a distance, but we haven't ever visited as a family. We're a family of 4. 我有一个妹妹, right? And yeah, I have a lot of extended family. Extended family's been back to China. I don't know what you think about the United States. It's kind of a weird question right now. Being someone who has Chinese parents and born American, it's kind of an interesting place to be when you're thinking about the countries like the United States and China. It creates a really I don't want to say bad, not a bad. It's just it's a weird place. It's a weird position. You let me think about it. Wait, you do watch news about America? Americans? Yeah, I can imagine what that's like. My parents, every single day they watch news about China, right? Like or whatever is available through like broadcasting, and it's whatever is televised that's broadcast from that station. So they still subscribe to like television, whatever is available. Usually like JTV, right? JTV network, whatever is available there. So they often talk about China. I can't. It's hard for me to relate since I was born and raised in the United States, right? And obviously, it would be really cool to see what Fuzhou and the Fujian area would be like. I mean, I'm gonna have a little fun and tell them that I am kind of excited to tell my parents that I actually met a Fujian person for the first time. I can't tell you how rare that is. I'm not sure if you understand how rare this is. Do other people around you, like in the Fujian, do other Fujian people like go on American internet, like the Americanized internet, like Western internet, like YouTube and Twitch and stuff? Is that common? I don't actually know, because for me, I'm not popular enough to actually really know if how often people in mainland China interacts with Western, right? You know, the westernized, Americanized internet. I tried a couple times to interact with the Chinese network, but that's a little problematic in a different way, right? There's a lot of geopolitics involved. There was the whole recent thing with the red notes thing, though. I'm guessing you might have noticed the whole TikTok and red note thing not long ago. It was really fun or not really fun in the sense of conflicts, but more like it was very intriguing to see how Chinese people interacted with Americans during the TikTok red note thing. You see Americans as a mirror of China in the future, what might happen in the future of China. That's interesting. That's a very important topic. I think I would agree that is something to consider. And I talk about this with my parents like loosely here and there when they keep thinking, when we're talking about it, since we live in the United States. Yeah. There's a lot of things that are coincident, like they're aligning, they're kind of like reproducing each other. And then in a way, yeah, you don't see anyone around you using Twitch. Oh, okay. That basically confirms my suspicions. I figure most mainland Chinese people still stay within their network, right? And maybe for other reasons, right? And I'm gonna say this as respectful as I can. Like, there's a lot of political, geopolitical reasons for this type of thing, and then you might like have government policies and stuff that would kind of discourage this type of thing. So that's my assumption. But it's really, really wonderful to have an opportunity to meet someone. You are the closest thing. I'm sorry if this sounds a little sappy, but you are the closest thing I've ever, in 38 years of my life, you are probably the closest thing I've ever had happened in my life that would be the closest thing to my parents' heritage since I was born. Like, outside of like my grandparents. And at the time, I think my grandparents were not necessarily residing in Fujian. They were residing in Hong Kong, I think. But still, that's crazy. This is really crazy. What are the chances? May I ask, what is it that you do on Twitch? Like, what are you how'd you find yourself here? This question is even more wild because the chances are so tiny. Yeah, I haven't ever spoken to anyone. That's not my immediate family. That isn't a family member. You are probably the only one that I've ever met who was from Fujian, especially someone who lives right nearby, like an hour away. I'm sorry, if an hour away. I don't know how far. What's like if an hour is very long, but in the United States, an hour is very close. So it's a very close proximity. You are very close. So if I mentioned this to my parents, they'd be like, "Wow, that is like we're talking about 1 in a million odds. It's so low." And the coincidence is because I'm also like my parents are Fujin, and life is strange, man. Life is strange. Not only are you telling me no, most people don't use Twitch where you are, you happen to be Fujin, and I happen to be American born Chinese who have parents from Fujian. That's like really small. In case I could share something with you. What I'm doing now is super uncommon already. So having like a Fujian American online on Twitch streaming, making content, that's also super rare. Like that doesn't happen. Usually I don't know, they be running a business or being a doctor or possibly a lawyer or something. I saw your live page on YouTube and apparently you're talking to someone and I don't see any responding to you, so you found you on Twitch page. Oh, okay. Yeah, I talk to myself all the time. It's one of those things that you kind of get used to. I'm recording myself doing things because I think sometimes it can be very helpful to observe oneself doing things and then learning from them, and then if anyone else is interested. And yeah, and sometimes I'm talking to someone on Twitch and sometimes I'm talking to someone on YouTube, and I try to read their messages most of the time before I answer, so it can be a little confusing, but that's something that I like to keep consistent. And I don't show the chat on the screen because of courtesy. I usually do it for courtesy purposes because I don't want people to like get witch hunted. Obviously sometimes you can just replay and look at those names, but that's what happens. So interesting. So what do you do on Twitch, like, or on YouTube? Do you like normal things? I don't know what normal things are for you. So what do you watch on YouTube and on Twitch? Which, by the way, if you count the number of Hujineng, right? Hujineng, there are no records of Fujin in English. So most of the Hujineng got YouTube, right? Got YouTube getting they're all Fujin Americans. So the reason why I know is because when they speak, they speak in the dialect that is a mix of what you're hearing. So I've never actually, I had to go on Bilibili. I went on Bilibili once and I listened to a recording of a Chinese teacher who was talking about Fujin, and the way he spoke is definitely noticeably like, it's not different. It's not so different that I can't understand it, but it is different enough to notice that, because you can tell who is a heritage speaker. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term heritage speaker. Heritage speakers are people who they spend most of their time listening to the language at home because their parents prefer to speak in the mother tongue. And then because of that, most of the heritage speakers don't practice speaking. So they don't practice speaking, or they don't practice reading. So they are incapable of doing that. But they have enough understanding of the language to communicate hybridly, like a hybrid. So like when my parents ask me something and I need to explain it, I know how to explain it in a rough way where I can incorporate English, and then they would acquire English keywords. Like for example, school, hospital, tax, money, car, right? But we still say chia, but the chia, got silly, like repair, right? Repair. I don't think they know repair. So they eventually pick up words, and those words then become part of the language. So sometimes they're like, ni tax 交了没? Right? Ni tax 交了没? Ni eating, ni有没 call doctor 了没? Right? That type of thing. So that's kind of how Fujian has become in the United States. Basically now there's words that are here and there, and there's only one way I will ever know if what is not part of Fujian and parts that are not part of Cantonese or Mandarin. It would be a person who is from Fujian, who speaks Fuzhou dialect and also knows Mandarin and Cantonese at the same time. And then they would also have to be interested in English, because there are going to be English words that are in the Fuzhou. Fuzhou. It's 1 hour by train, 2 hours by car. It takes longer to go by car than by train. Oh man, that's kind of an interesting thought. Huh, trains. Yeah. I don't know. Do you interact with Americans very often? Do you have Americans where you are? Like, I don't know how common it is to encounter like an American immigrant. Like, in Fujian, do you have lots of foreigners? I don't know if there are foreigners in Fujian. Where I live, is there? Oh, you see, but you think most learn Fujian or Southern by listening from our parents? Oh, really? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I was told, or I understood that dialects are not taught. They're not formally taught, right? And the thing is, though, in the United States, English is so dominant. English is so dominant that using it is also very uncommon. So outside of the household, so it's not enough. Or are you telling me like Mandarin is usually used outside of the household? When you're in the Fujian area, do you usually use Fujian outside of the household, or is it Mandarin the whole time? Which makes it really interesting, because that would mean that the relationship is very similar, still, despite it. So like when you walk outside and you talk in public, do you use 普通话还是湖州话? And then I'm not talking about written language, I'm talking about speaking now, of course. Like when you're speaking, because a heritage speaker, when I say a heritage speaker, they're not very good at speaking. 我的中文不好. like 不太好 right? But it doesn't mean that I can't understand it. But usually we have like very minor opportunities to speak. So a heritage speaker is they speak like broken. Most of their language is spoken broken, and largely because everyone else speaks English most of the time. But I don't know what it's like in Fujian. Do you speak dialects outside, or do you use Mandarin when you're speaking? I also don't meet a lot of mainland Chinese people, so I don't talk to mainland Chinese people too often. So I don't actually know what they use outside. Yeah, you speak Hokkien at home with your parents. How about like friends and family and like businesses? There's always that thing about Cantonese and Mandarin, right? Cantonese and Mandarin is very contentious. So sometimes I don't even know if I'm speaking Cantonese or Mandarin when I was younger. I'm getting a better idea of what's Cantonese and what's Mandarin. Basic more so I know what Mandarin is. So I assume if I say something different, then it's probably it's largely Cantonese. So right now I can sort of work on that. But I don't know how often people speak outside their home. Like I have nobody. People do not speak Mandarin here. And when you went outside, when you go outside, you do speak Hokkien as well if you can tell someone is local. Okay. I see. Interesting. Huh. That's kind of neat. So, when you say Hokkien, is it that you speak two different dialects at the same time, or do you speak one dialect and then you know there's another dialect exists, or are they both similar enough? Because when I asked other people who say they understand Hokkien, right, like Hokkien when they're at home, right, like with their parents, like there are other people outside of China who have Hokkien speaking. Is it understandable? Oh, it sounds different. Okay. Can you understand it? Most of the people outside, like outside mainland China, like islanders and stuff, like Malaysians and Singaporeans and whatnot, they would speak a dialect, but they wouldn't understand what I'm saying in Fuzhou, the Fuzhou dialect. So, is it kind of like that where you have two dialects where you are, but to know if you're from a specific area, it would be a dialect? Because I'm not sure if we're understanding each other or not. Kind of interesting. I don't know what my actual dialect sounds like the dialect that I'm trying to the language. Yeah, it's 100%. Yeah, 100%. You think it's an accent difference? Oh, okay. Nice. So that's good to know. So that means that whatever other people are referring to is something different. So it's just an accent difference. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Well, thank you for sharing. Do you I don't know what more to say other than does it ever feel like it's weird that you are like, you ever feel like do you have any friends or people who are also interested in this kind of thing where you're like hanging out on Twitch, or I don't know what that's like, or is this something you do personally on your own? Like your friends and family interact with. Do you have family that is no longer in China? Do you have any international friends or family? I do not have anyone that I know that lives in China. So the closest is like this type of interaction. It's probably the closest I've ever been. Which I mentioned already. This is the closest I've ever been. Most of the time, my friends are international outside of China, like Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, India, like everywhere outside of China, and Russia, and maybe the Middle East. It's usually like European, Pacific Islander, and then most of the Americas, so North America and South America. I would try to get a little bit on this while we're doing this. Yeah, really appreciate it, by the way. Really appreciate it. 感谢 Right. Steady metal. You don't know, most of your friends are doing their own business. Oh, I see. You have one Canadian friend. He is now he now lives in Italy. Oh, okay. Intriguing. How easy, may I ask, is it easy or very accessible to interact with people internationally where you are? Or is that something that can be a little difficult? I think your English is, I mean, honestly, if you didn't tell me you were, honestly, if you didn't tell me you were Fujian, you could pass with English anyways. Ready.
拉锁、
拉锁很容易使用。
拉锁。Sparks. Okay. 哦，什么报？明天的天气 forecast 是晴天。I swear it's something like no dice. We'll work on it.
拿出、
拿出身份证。
Also, I don't know what time it is over there. I think actually I kind of know what time it is. So I'm guessing your day is kind of starting, right? So I don't want to hold you up. It was really, really wonderful to have some of your time, right? If you have something to do, I don't want to make it so that you have to stay or something like that. It was really cool. I'm not usually up this late or like working this late or like messing around this late, so it's really awesome to take some of your during your day, because I think maybe it's in the afternoon, probably sometime in close to becoming noon soon, I think, if I have my time difference proper. It's a little bit difficult to connect to foreign, but you work in art industry. It's more of a different situation, more international. Yeah. That's my some of my extended members, my extended family like aunts and uncles and stuff, they worked in the art industry, so they were a lot more open as well. In fact, one of my family members don't quite speak with an American accent. they they speak with a British accent, or a lot more English accent. Yeah, I can imagine the art industry requires I think I might have met someone who was originally from China who also works in art. Yeah. What the? Oh, 污水，不是污水。
赶忙，
他们赶忙撤离建筑物。
Okay, you're gonna go mind your own business. Nice talking next time. Really good. Yes, next time. I would love to hear a little bit more about it if you're allowed to, right? Definitely keep in mind, like, I would love to hear some fun stuff, like some interesting things about what it's like to be Fujin, right? Like all the stuff that you find normal and average in Fujin, it's ever interesting to me because I don't know what Fujin is like. So definitely feel free. Always feel free. You're welcome here. Or at least I would love to hear about like people that I'm supposedly supposed to be connected with, right? Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful conversation. 感谢, right? Took long enough of your time. Get going. all right. 加油. Right. 下次见. Huh. You Mao. Yeah, till next time. Till next time. You. What?
污水，
下水道里有污水。
登录，
我还没有登录。
Man. Oh, wait. What? Oh, I really thought that was it. Oh, that's just this. It's definitely forecast. How do you say? Nah, we're gonna have to. It's the left one. Did I not type you? Oh, I think I might have typed you. All for no, that's fine. Is that fine in advance? Yeah. Not really. Let's go fix you. You is bad. We need to fix you. Yu is in the Yugi is in the bathroom of the house carrying everyone that is one of his cards. Yeah, he prepares to enter bath, but in advance he wraps. No, it doesn't change anything. That is what I thought. I don't understand why I didn't type U. But we'll give this a pass. That's fine. This maybe not. Main master class. Pretty sure it's master class or 活动公司办公司主办的活动办 is like master partner. Peppers management, like director, president. It's like director and president.
9
Sorry, I'm still
预报
sorting meeting someone. It's such
秘密
我承诺保守这个秘密。
I swear it's like It's definitely tall. What? 电子什么？电子版？
电子版
电子
这是
版
文章的电子版。
好丑。
口臭
他的口臭差点害死我。
That's such a silly sentence.
土 色 动作
舞蹈动作，
舞蹈动作 What the 舞蹈动作craft make exercise 动作 move motion action I feel like this is president or something. Master host. Oh, okay, it's host. Or to run something. Oh wait, that's a verb. Master host or master manage. Oh yeah. And I'm thinking of it as a noun form, but to president something is to lead, right? To lead or to direct. But I guess to host is better. If you're managing, it's fair enough. This is cricket and flower. I thought it was Lee, but I guess it's not Lee. It's not Lian. Cricket and flowers. Yeah, you're doing like a favor. No, this is Stern. I thought this was Stern. I swear this is stern. Oh no, it's not. It's 1. Heck. Heck. Oh no, hold up, hold up. I need to double check. What the heck? What is the difference between Lee and 1? I didn't think of 1. I don't know why I didn't think. What? Wait. What the heck is favor? Oh. Wait. And then what was the other one that I'm pretty sure is Lee? It's encourage. Oh, it's a hecking cliff. Oh, dang it. Stern has the cliff. Yeah, okay. It's 1 with the cliff. So I think I'm just gonna add 1 for now. Which is 10,000. That sucks. So I had to differentiate this from 10,000. Alright, let's see. Where he works part-time to pay his cancer bills in the pawn shop? That could end up being mistaken with the infirmary. He's trying to deal with a small cricket and flower infestation. Actually, it's quite big. There, I think that's kind of fine. Dingus. I got so caught up with that action movement. That's fine. Ooh, what? Hold up. Uchi? Oh, maybe 主妇。主妇是什么？
年龄，
年龄只是一个数字。
Yikes. That is not how you spell. I can't spell.
围绕，
月亮围绕着地球转。
Oh no, go around. That's fine.
书档，
书架上没有书档。
Oh.
争吵，
无谓的争吵。
Son of a... Okay, hold on. Where this is like... How am I?
One.
Hmm.
有时候，
他有时候走路去工作。
Have time. Sometimes. Have times. Wait, does that even make sense what I'm saying? Art? No, it doesn't. So it's something else. Chu.
房租，
房租每月400元。
宾馆，
宾馆的房间很干净。
What time is it? Oh no. I think all of the review is lapping over, so I can't exit out of this. Otherwise, we're gonna roll over.
店面，
他在店面前面。
So many, so many interesting things happened this week. So absurd. So grateful. Sorry.
厨师，
他是一位厨师。
So something's wrong with this, right? I thought this was like for like stabby, but maybe it's like 摄影 or 摄影. This is like harsh, no? It's like a glare, like a harsh glare or something like that. Hmm.
主妇，
我妈妈是一位很棒的主妇。
很棒的主妇. What the heck? Like, it's kind of like a head of household or housewife. Oh, okay. I see where the head of household comes from. I see. Okay, 主妇. That makes sense. Master. Yeah, house. It's okay. I got you. The housewife
体罚
is
学校禁止体罚。
okay. So not in a patriarchal way, but the head of the household is the housewife. So one of the reasons. So this is like a multicultural thing. When I think of a head of a household, I'm thinking of someone who's taking care of the house. So it could be head in a household in a patriarchal society, like the breadwinner situation, but the matriarchal society, the female who is in charge of the house is the head of the house. That's how it's they're talking about the person who's running the house. And then they said mama, and then that would mean that it's female household. What is that? Okay.
你呢？
每月2次。你呢？
会，
洒水器.
洒水器，
这个洒水器很好用。
浴，
This is the yi. I got the other yi from. And I'm surprised that I didn't type yi though. Yi bao, right? Yi bao. This is the other yi. Which is pleased. 叫什么？交织
交织
红黑双色线交织，
干胆小鬼
篮球鬼
不要当胆小鬼。
看
啊，这是挑 or 敲。I'm gonna say 挑走。Oh no no 调酒 no it's 讨酒讨酒讨酒。I got two things mixed up. A select versus run or escape. Yikes. Okay. Son of a not ma. Oh no. Oh no.
碍事
这些多余的箱子放在这里很碍事。
I swear this is like harsh or glaring in the eyes or something. Or is it? No, it's not. It's gotta be. But what is? I thought that was thorn. Pretty sure that's thorn. Oh no, wait. Maybe it's not. No, it's gotta be. Like, what? I think I did 次 already. It is what I think it is, but I wrote 次 because I thought it was 次 first. It's whatever. I must have wrote everything around it. If that happens. Man, get on the ball here.
绕道
绕道可以避免塞车。
Gotta still do our wanikani. This
逃走
他从后门逃走了。
恐慌
恐慌只会让问题更难解决。
恐慌只会啊。Okay.
“醉”鸭蛋
鸭蛋是很营养的食物。
What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Fine.
线索、水沟、
他在水沟里找到了一个东西，
刺眼、
刺眼的光让我头痛。
醋、腰、隔壁、
隔壁家有一条狗，
That does exist. Oh no, wait, it might not be the same actually. I don't think it was pun.
喷泉、
喷泉的水喷得很高，
毒品、
我们应该远离毒品。
毒品。
盐、可怜、
可怜的孩子没有家，
饮食、
他的饮食很奇怪。
Heck. Heck. No. No.他们取得了分 something 的成果，分 All I'm thinking of is like this, which is not, that doesn't make any sense.
星、小偷、
这个小偷留下了一些指纹，
What is happening? Hold up. I don't know where the spray is coming. Let me take a guess.
润、
It is red. Red. Oh.
丰硕、
他们取得了丰硕的成果。
刺耳，
刺耳的声音让人难以忍受。
Plenty hard. Strenuous. What? Plentiful, like severe. What in the tarnation?
抢眼，
这个颜色很抢眼，
Hmm.
裸，
The heck? Oh, 小提琴，小提琴。
缩，
It is reduce or shrink. Reduce is fine.
小提琴，
我喜欢听小提琴音乐。
酒鬼，
酒鬼总是喝醉了。
Sorry, I'm checking on time. My time. Sorry. What? No, no, that's not it. Substantial? Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Oops. I missed the...
《美猴王》， 快餐，
西式快餐，
贷款，
他申请了一笔贷款，
密码，
请输入您的密码。
纷争，
解决纷争的方法是沟通。
E.
龟，
E. Dang. Uh, I don't I can't compute.
疯子，
他认为我是疯子。
I'm going crazy.
竞选，
他想竞选校长。
海域，
中国希望控制南海海域。
I was pretty sure it was I might be getting two things confused there. I thinking gotta rethink it.
葡萄酒，
Son of a. Oh.
请假，
他昨天请假了。
Or take off. Ask for leave. Um
懒，
the heck are toxic goods? What's like toxic goods? Just narcotics. Good enough for me. The narcotics makes sense. Thought it was hmm.
桶， 想， 珠宝，
我不常戴珠宝。
缓和，
这药可以缓和疼痛。
Or mitigate. Ease is the word. And what happened here? Oh,
心碎，
这让我感到心碎。
what in the
脚，
woman? Yes, to squeeze into something. Oh, is this like... Son of a... What?
Tao.浪漫。
这是一个浪漫的晚餐。
Like to do squeezing, no? Thought that was like... Oh. Oh, it could be just... Gaoji. What is... Yong? Oh, embracing? Whoops. Yeah, that is Yong. This is not the first time on Yong. I might... Oh, I even changed Yong. I'm pretty sure I even adjusted Yong as well. Yong. No, I didn't adjust Yong. Okay. Actually, it doesn't need adjusting. Just didn't think about it. That totally sucks. I guess we'll just put Yong on there as a iteration. I didn't need Yong. I didn't change it last time and I didn't change it now. Maybe we should do something about it. It's the lid. It's probably the lid that's throwing it off. The lid is not helping. So let's try to do something with the lid when it comes back around.
软件。
这款软件很容易使用。
What the?
"脾气"
孩子们脾气很好。
朗读。
他喜欢朗读诗歌。
Oh, 像 not 像 not 像 I don't know about that one. What?
智慧，
智慧来自生活的经验。
拥挤，
他们挤进拥挤的公车里。
It's too squeezed in, like crowded, congested, squeezed. Congested is good. I want to change this. So we have to come up with a different. I need to come up with a use for the lid that is related to the act of squeezing. So let's see. Yoshi snuck into the basement of the temple. Noticed coon-shaped an old cocoon shaped pot. Yoshi embraced it. Held it still. Opened the lid. Raisin held still with his fingers. Open lid. Find a turkey trapped. And then it embraced for freeing it. Right. It's not that much different from what it already is. What the heck? Oh, 戒指. I thought the right was B. Probably B. The left is what's not great, right? Brown. I swear it's like something 放进了钱包里，钱包里。It's a currency. Yeah, so that's definitely B. It's like hard, right? I thought I typed it's coins. Those are coins. Oh, wait. I think I just, yeah. And then, what?
海洋、
海洋覆盖了地球的大部分。
高尚、
他的品格非常高尚。
偏远、
他住在一个偏远的村庄。
水泥、
我被卡在水泥里了。
届时、
届时我们将一起庆祝。
It's deadline. Deadline is at that time. It's like when the time comes. Deadline at that time is fine.
有名、
他很有名。
偏见、
每个人都可能有一些潜在的偏见。
It's hard. I swear I typed Ying B as the first thing. Oh, Ying B. Oh no, I think I typed Yang B. That's fine. You know, I don't actually have anything that puts it in the English manner though. It's coins. Coins. I'm not gonna read that. Not today. Time for that.
峰会、
许多领导人出席了峰会。
高峰、
石油的需求已经达到了高峰。
山峰、
我们爬上了山峰。
退伍、
他计划退伍后回家乡。
庄、咸粥、
他每天早上吃一碗咸粥。
Is this drive? It is drive.
史、
Okay. Whoops. But
硬币、
他把硬币放进了钱包里。
let's provide something. Okay. So the Yoshi in the bathroom which manner. He has in I was trying to save an animated walking group, right? Which is pretty common, right? Save it because Yoshi accidentally bumped a heavy sun sculpture. Expensive sun sculpture. made of hard stone. And you pin the broom onto the ground, right? Okay. I had to think of the sun, not a field. I thought I was thinking of a field there. Sun. In here.我叫了个 No. That's not what I think it is.
粉
Oh, that's really loose.
恩 劝 甜粥
他给我做了一碗甜粥。
温 油井
这家公司拥有很多油井。
泥沙
泥含有泥沙。
换 炸 乳 田地
那片田地正在出售。
融合
这个地方融合了许多不同的文化。
Heck, how you melt and fit together? Yeah, mix together, mixture. The heck? I already talked this was gonna be. I already said this problem, right? Oh, yeah.
渣
I don't know how. I need to figure out. Pursuing, tracking a villainous prick that injure The MO? Oh yeah, the MO is using a hook and severing fingers. Okay. I thought it was G, but it's not G. Is it? Just kind of drawing a blank. This is one of those, like, any other time it would be fine, but today is like a mental block. Plow is very recognizable in general. I thought it was kind of like clear, like a pass through, maybe like even an outlet. Or it could be, yeah, I just don't have time for this right now. Yeah, it's 借口. Oh, it's to borrow. That's right, because he's borrowing to clear it out. All right. Jia goes back on the list. We're gonna change this. So Jimmy, bathroom of the electricity plant. I thought it was Yugi, right? There's something with Yugi about clearing, and I'm mixing it up. Let me look. It's Yugi. Something about Yugi. Something like pass. It's definitely yeah. Yeah. Oh. He takes a battle axe and starts swinging away. Oh. Yeah. So I'm getting yeah and jie mixed up in their things. Was trying to add some earth and flowers. Using an electric sun to improve the atmosphere, I suppose. But plants grew out of control. To borrow a plow. Control it. Jen, yeah. Kinda sucks. I was thinking of yeah the whole time. Couldn't remove yeah from my mind. It was yeah and not yeah. Cole. What the Cole? To excuse?
鲜艳，
他喜欢穿鲜艳的衣服。
Right.
伟，钱，
Hmm.
摘要，
他写了一个简短的摘要。
摘要。摘要。
敲门，
进前请敲门。
Oh wait, that's not Soul Shaker.
允，鞋，借口，
我找了个借口走了。
五，
That one's tough. That one's very tough.
连锁店，
这是一家国际连锁店。
猪，
Heck. It was kind of like burying people. Aw, man. Oh, teeth.
“矿产”，
这个地区有丰富的矿产。
若是，
若是你有问题，可以问我。
打鼓，
他喜欢打鼓。
That's not bad. Three, not bad. We tried. Tried. I still haven't refreshed yet. So it's probably like 4 o'clock is when it refreshes. Or something like that. Okay. I think Juan was really disappointing. Young is pretty bad too. Yeah, I can understand. This is D. D is gonna be bad. D. J. Right, J. No. Oh, this one. This one sucks. Jun. Right, Jun. Oh, that one sucks so much. Xian. Think Xian. There's so many fingers and mouths everywhere. What? Doesn't help like the third thing is moon. Moon, sun, any body part is expanding right now. We're expanding it. And the component is not good enough. I legit have no idea what the moon has anything to do with this. Juan, no, Jin. I still don't know what that has anything to do with the moon. Oh, the moon shape item. Yeah, see, that's terrifying. A moon anything can be moon anything. You know, to think about it. This one's this one's really terrifying. Because it's non-specific. All three of those things are non-specific. In the mnemonic. It doesn't separate it from anything else that has fingers, mouth, and moon. Oh, okay. Is this one fine? I think this one's fine. Cool. Probably the strongest one. Yeah, see, like legs, mouth, and spray. There is still spray though. It's still not that great. It's one of the weaker ones. Yanzhe. Okay. Very fun. Wenmi. Wenmi is probably the weakest. Wen. Jingyang. Jingyang can be a little bit questionable. Fan. Yao. Bu. 漂浮 yeah 漂浮无云无云鸟声期刊沿海有有羊 Yeah, I'm kind of curious if this is placed over the yeah Yeah, very hard to see. Oh. The 地象物吉祥物 Okay, all right. Let's try to go over these. Have Diddy Kong, who went to the basement of the house, of his house, where he has encountered someone who's trying, Diddy Kong is struggling with his grabbing onto fingers, struggling with someone who's trying to pilfer. Fingers trying to resist by pulling back on someone who's trying to steal the coat of arms, right? Something with the ground. I don't know what the ground is for. There's nothing for the ground. We're just gonna ignore the ground is there, I guess. And we have James Bond. I wouldn't regret that. There's a chance I'm gonna not really regret, but it's gonna come up. Like, what is the ground for? Or asking him to drop it to the ground. Cease and desist. I don't know. James Bond is in the electricity plant. He's infiltrating the electricity plant, and he's wise, so he came prepared with a mask on his face, over his mouth, some rubber gloves, and an axe in hand, right? A high-tech axe in hand. This is probably the strongest. Naruto is in the bathroom right now, being scolded by a female with a folding stool. Why is the heart there? I think so because she's angry for startling her, I suppose. Or being a creep, trying to steal. I mean, maybe we would just say like someone he likes. Or heart. I guess love could be a heart thing in the future. Okay. Then Julius is in the bathroom of the infirmary. where he suffered a fungus infection in his mouth. But in order to do that, they're trying to force feed him some concoction of flour made of flour and grain stalks to help him. And we have Xena, who's in the bathroom, who stepped out into the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he was sorting through a mounds of secondhand dagger and mortar and traps, right? And traps, and trying to clean them and polish them in order to sell. They're selling. And we have Julius Caesar again, who's in front of the pawn shop. Maybe under the moon in the dark, or under the night sky, trying to tell people to donate at the patrons of the pawn shop. And someone, I don't know, fingers, it's so weak, pulled something out their fingers and donated. Maybe like a moonshade item is what we were doing. Not the greatest. Maybe like pointing at people to donate, aggressively announcing and pointing at people to donate with his fingers. Okay, and then we have Dumbledore, who's in the office building, a little bit suspicious of his co-workers on handling a big turkey for Thanksgiving, so he grabbed a nearby caliper off someone's desk and uses magic to take control. To seize the dying turkey and take control of the situation. Alright, and then we have one. One is forever now attached to Lee. Oh no. Is it? I don't. Cricket. It's space, right? Yeah, oh, no, it's okay. That could be better. Let's try again. One is 10,000. And you'll try to remember this. So finger on a lid with a cocoon jar, right? Found a lid, pull it off, found a turkey inside, rescued it. You'll embrace. And then Jie. Actually, very similar relationship with Ye. So, flowers. Plow. Earth. Sun. Right. So, Jie. Or borrow. Okay. the relationship between like Wan and Li and Jie and Ye are interesting. All right, folks, that's a wrap for the HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, or you know, feel free to stop on by, talk about stuff, share about your relationship. I got a really wonderful, super rare opportunity today to meet someone from the Fujian area. A Fujian area, that is astonishing. Like, the odds of meeting someone who's from that area will require them to actively be different from all their peers. And then of all the times to meet, it happens. I mean, that's what I mean by even if the odds are small, right? If you try, you never know what will happen. And I'm sure as one not I am not shy about trying to see where people are from, right? And that's so awesome. I think today was pretty special, in my opinion. It's not that rare things are particularly good or superior, or I'm not saying that. It's just these things, they don't happen very often. So that's cool. And again, as always, you're free to come on by, share the most common things, right? Or common things that we share. Maybe it's uncommon to the other person and it's common to one of them, you know, one of them and uncommon to another. I think it's always wonderful when you have people more normalizing the idea of sharing and talking, however the possibilities or probability is small. The internet has this way, and I think the world and life in general has this way of bringing people together. It was a really wonderful proof of that. So always feel free, you're always welcome. Until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? See you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna get up. I still have to do Wanikani today. So I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick much needed bathroom break, and I'll be back for the HanziHero, the Wanikani session. Thank you.